Sewing Street. Can you hear me? Okay, lovely. I'm Debbie Shaw. I'm going to be with you here for the next 5 hours. I'm not on my own for all of the hours because we've got Clive in the building. We're going to be doing a little bit of dressmaking later on as well. I've got some bag making coming up too. So lovely to have your company this morning. Hello. Now, if you're new to us, you can come and be part of the show if you wish. I've got my Facebook page open and everything's working for a change. I'm normally not very good at this on a Sunday morning. We have morning Maura. She got the weekend off, lovely. Her husband's I've missed him too, Maura, to be honest. Hi Anne. And Margaret and Cheryl and Sheena and everybody that's there with us so far this morning. Welcome along. So if you go to our Facebook page, which is Sewing Street TV, you can leave me a message there. You can send a question. You could ask a question. Did I say that? Send a picture, whatever you like. Just come and say hello. Where are you in the world? What's your weather like? What are you sewing? Or you could email if you like. This is the studio email, which is studio@sewingstreet.com. Morning, Kerry. Morning, Glynis. Morning, Anne. What are you up to today? I've got some sewing on the go. Is it going to be a sewing weekend? Come and let me know. We've got an early bird for you this morning. So again, if you're not aware, if it's the first time you've joined us, hello. We bring you a special offer, which we call an early bird special offer for you. So this is it for today. It's a huge ruler. We've not discounted a ruler like this before, but we take the price of an item or items down for the duration of the day or for as long as we have the stock. So this time you're actually saving £4. Now £4 could cover your postage, doesn't it? It's like having P&P free. So £27.99 is your price. I've paid more than that for smaller rulers, you know. Now this is Creative Grid. So these little circles that you see are actually non-slip grippy pads that are on the bottom of the ruler. So that helps to stop the fabric from the ruler from slipping on top of the fabric as you're cutting. What you also see on the top here is a QR code. If you have a modern smartphone, you can take a picture of that and it will take you straight to a video. If you have an older smartphone or tablet, then you may need to download a QR reader. Make sure it's free, and then you just hover over the top of here and it will take you to a video. So you'll have lots of ideas and tips and instructions on how to use the ruler. If you don't have any of that malarkey at all, then take a look on YouTube, because Creative Grids do have a YouTube channel. So you have to search for the ruler, which is called, it's an 8.5 by 24.5 inch ruler. So you can have a look on YouTube and have a look at your instructions there. So this is a perfect size. I actually use a 24 by 6 inch, so I could do with one of these. And 24 inches is a perfect size for cutting, particularly quilting fabric, because quilting fabric normally comes on a bolt which is 44 inches wide. It's folded in half, so you have a 22 inch folded piece of fabric. This is a 24 inch ruler, so you can cut straight across the strips without having to fold even more. You'll notice that we have black lines and white lines, and that means that you're going to see in and out. That means that you're going to be able to see the markings against light or dark fabrics, and the markings on here in the white go from 7 through to 1, but we've got half sizes as well, so the 7.5 through to 1.5 is in the black there. And you've got a 1/2 inch kind of seam allowance, 1/4 inch seam allowance down there as well. And you've got your 45-degree angles on here too, and a 60-degree angle, which means that it's perfect for cutting bias binding. And again, you've got a white one and you've got a dark one so that it stands out against different colours of fabric. And it's clear as well. A lot of rulers aren't. Some rulers are very busy and very bold and very fluorescent, and I don't get on with them very well, to be honest. I like a clear ruler because if I'm fuzzy cutting or I'm cutting out a particular area, I want to see perfectly that fabric underneath there. Oh, now then, who else have we got? Oh, thank you, Anne. Hi, nice to see you too. Morning, Alan, and morning, Wendy Orlando. Everything has a sprinkling of frosty. Couldn't open my car door this morning. Honestly, it was absolutely frozen solid it was. What'd you do? And you know, I ended up pulling it so hard, I'm sure I dented it, and then I couldn't shut it because it was still icy. So yes, not fond of that kind of weather at any time of the day, let alone 4:30 in the morning. Anyway, that's your early bird special. Now then, once you have placed an order, you will pay £3.95 postage. But that is the only postage you're going to pay for the whole day. So if you come back in just a second and you think, oh, I love those bundles of fabric, Debbie Shaw, that you've got coming up, or we've got that HT2 glue back in stock again, I'd like one of those, or I need a 720 Pro. I need one of those, or I just want a packet of needles. You're not going to pay any extra postage for the whole of the rest of the day. So that's a £3.95 postage for the whole day, which I think is a fabulous deal. Morning, Jen. How are you this morning? Who's in bed today? Jen says, normal Sunday service has resumed. Snowing in Shropshire. Frosty up in the north, says Carol. Dogs are loving it. Who is that, sorry? Karen's messaged in as well. When's the new book out, Debs? She says 7th of February, it's the week after next. Exclusively for 2 weeks. So, and they'll all be signed as well. I'm expecting pallets of books at home to sign. So by the time the 7th comes around, I might be a bit like that. But I'm having them delivered to home because last time I think I signed about 2,000 books altogether. Sat on the steps, on the stairs in the old studio with all these boxes on the floor. So I put my foot down with a firm hand and I'm doing them at home. Is Jenny still in bed? Lazy devil. Oh, Sandra's messaged in as well. Morning, Sandra. Oh, thank you very much. Nice to have a compliment on a Sunday morning. Thank you. I broke a tooth. If I'm talking funny, I've actually broke a tooth. It's really weird. It is a back one, thankfully not a front one. Else I wouldn't have come in, to be honest. Morning, Bear. Is that the Bear Grylls? Great to have you back. Thank you very much. I've been for a crisp, frosty walk with Coda. Coda. Sit. Hi, Lynn. Hard frost in Surrey. It was very hot. Couldn't open my door. Is that? We have Kat producing this morning, and we have Elliot directing, and Kat in my ear has just said, sorry about that. And, oh, Clive's watching in the green room. You could have just popped your head round the corner, Clive. Clive's coming up in the next hour. We've got a unisex pattern for a shirt, stroke, blouse, sleeves, no sleeves, however you like. And do you want to have a look? This is what we've got coming up at 9 o'clock. Modelled by... doesn't get out of bed for less than 10pence, that one. Oh, don't overplay your part, Clive. But it's a lovely shirt, and it is for the ladies and for the gentlemen as well. And Clive's going to take you through collars and cuffs and yokes as well. So yes, that's. I know we're going to have yoke jokes. I know all the way through the morning. So I'll just prepare you. Yeah, we're not yoking. And then coming up later on at 11 o'clock. Oh, I love this dress. Have a look at the dress. I love the neckline on it. So this is at 11 o'clock this morning. That's the one. Isn't that glamorous? I'd have it a bit longer, I think, for me. And the pattern is available on pre-order on the website if you wanted to take a look at that already. And we put together some fabric bundles for you. I love that fabric that Clive's made this one out of. So we're going to look at box pleats and sleeve insertion at 11 o'clock this morning. Is Christine in a dressing gown? Oh, at least you're dressed. Tracy's tucked up on the sofa with the dogs and it's just started snowing. Alex Harris wants to know how I'm so perky at this time of the day. This is lunchtime for me, Jen. I get up at about 3:30 in the morning to come here. Margaret says hi to Hunky Clive. We're going to have the doors widened to get Clive's head through at some point. Oh God, Clive's not until 9 o'clock. Message him at the 9 o'clock show. Oh, Marilyn's got us on the big screen. Hope your tooth doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt, Marilyn. It just feels really odd. No, it's not very. At least it's a back one. Snowing in Evesham. Clive, leave it till 9 o'clock. Having conversations is not even on yet. Viv's in bed with a milky coffee, all cosy. I was in bed with a dog this morning. She started, my pooch has started getting me up about 1:30 in the morning with faking it. I need to go outside or I need to eat. So off she toddles downstairs. By the time I get downstairs to open the door, she's on my side of the bed. And you can't budge her. She weighs about 5.5 stone. Thank you, Margaret. Oh, lovely. Shall I do my job for a minute? That's your early bird. Seriously, if you're a quilter, you need rulers. If you're a curtain maker, if you're cutting out cushion covers, if you're a bag maker, if you're cutting straight lines and you're a dressmaker, then I think a ruler is really important. And you can never have too many in too many different sizes as well. And the more information actually on the ruler, the more lines and angles, the better for me. So for instance, the 60 degree there, you can make your 60 degree diamonds. So if you're doing tumbling blocks, then you know you've got an accurate line there as well. If you have a look on our Facebook fans page, you can actually post questions on there as well for everybody else. There's loads of members on there, there's thousands of you. So if you are a little bit concerned, then ask the question. How useful do you find creative grid rulers? Which one would you recommend? I'll warn you, you'll be inundated with answers because they're a very chatty bunch from what I can see. So, shall we have a look what's coming up today? Can't have explained most of it, haven't I? So coming up in this hour, we have January's favourite fabrics. We've got some really lovely bundles of fabrics put together, actually. We've got the shirt with Clive coming up at 9 o'clock. Hunky Clive, we've now nicknamed him. There he is. There, blowing everybody a kiss. I warn you, Clive, a lot of our ladies are still in bed. Bag making supplies at 10 o'clock this morning. So we've got kits and fabrics and I'm going to make a purse. And then the Gabbie dress, it'll be back again at 11 o'clock this morning. And at 12 o'clock we have the 720 Pro sewing machine. So that's that. That's what we've got for you today. I love that dress. I'll have a word with Clive. I quite fancy it in a stretch fabric. I think that would look nice in a jersey, wouldn't it? Got a heavy jersey would be really nice. Okay, let's take a look at some fabrics that we've got to show you really quickly because we've only got one left. It's glow in the dark, which is amazing. And you can't see it, can you? But all of the white bits around the little, whatever they are, flies. Flies, are they flies? Is he putting flies on? Fireflies, of course they are. And around the edge of the jar here, and even the little dandelion clocks, all glow in the dark. They all turn green and glow when the lights go down. So this is a bundle of everything. These are 1/2 metre lengths. So you've got the blue background. That one's a little bit more subtle because, again, it's just like the glow around here that kind of glows in the dark. Can you see that? Does that work? Well. So, and then we've got the purpley one. Should we take the lights down and have a look? See if it'll glow. Might not show up on camera, but it will do when you get it home. So, I mean, how much fun would that be for bed linen, maybe? Even, oh, you'd have to do patchwork curtains because these are all pre-cut. Oh, thank you. How's that work then? Press the back. Oh, look. Oh. Oh, look at that. Oh, 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 oh. It does, if you did, oh, they've sold out, there we go. But in here, if you just ordered, you don't just get all of these fabrics. There are also a couple of panels in there as well, so well done for getting hold of yours. So I'll just show you quickly what you've either got or you've missed out on, depending on whether you've ordered or not. So a couple of panels there as well. For, oh, whatever price it was. £62 something, wasn't it? Well done for getting hold of yours. Oh, they're nice. Anyway, sold out. We have to get some more glow in the dark fabrics in to entertain Elliot, I think. Right, so that's that gone. This is a huge bundle. Now, have we got a spelling mistake? Oh. We did have a, oh look, wit. We did have a mega bundle of this. Well, this is a mega bundle, but an even more mega of a mega bundle previously that sold out completely. So we've re-put together another mega bundle. It's not quite as big as the original mega bundle, but we've bundled together as much as we can of the fabric that was left from the other mega bundle. Did that make any sense whatsoever? You've got 3 bundles, wit, half a metre free. So let's take a look. And I'm not surprised these sold out so quickly, you know. They are lovely fabrics. Look at all of the colours in here. So a half metre of every one of these you're going to get. It's just the whole kaleidoscope, isn't it? There's everything there. Now it's a quilting weight of cotton. It's going to be perfect for bag making, obviously for quilting, for patchwork. I'd go for a few plains as well, because these are all quite heavily patterned fabrics, but you could put anything with this, whether it's a very dark blue, blacks, pinks, yellows, raspberry. We've got jades and aquas. There's so many colours in here, and it's really busy, and it's non-directional as well, so you're really going to be able to make the most of your fabric. So, but you are getting all of these, so I'll show you what you're getting. Oh, look at this one. This is quite retro, I think, as well, isn't it? I'm kind of going back to 1970s disco time, and it's like a modern take on a paisley there as well. That is lovely. Now that one is directional, isn't it? I've got it upside down. There we go. Bag making. Johnny Bravo used to be my hero. Love Johnny Bravo. We're looking at 2 eyes and lots of teeth and a big quiff. So that's that. It's one of those cartoons that my kids used to watch, and I just thought it was so funny. Along with Cow and Chicken. Love Cow and Chicken. Anyway. Look at the colours on those. Bright kind of teals and purples. They're so rich colours, aren't they? Nice accents as well, you know, because these are so bright you actually wouldn't make very much. It wouldn't need very much if you're just going to do some, you know, some smaller patchwork pieces. This is going to go such a long way. So again, very dark blue in the background. And then you've got the fuchsia pinks. I've got it upside down again, haven't I? And the purples and teals. Just a lovely combination of flowers. Okay, so that's only number 3. Is it 17 altogether? So, remember getting a free half metre? So that's the same print. Looks very different though, doesn't it, in different colours. And again, I do think they're quite 60s, 70s kind of inspired. Lovely colours in that. Got 9 different colours in that one altogether. So that's the, oh, like that one. Didn't see that one poking out. Oh, that's so pretty. When we did launch the collection, we had these available by the ½ metre, and this is the one that sold out really quickly as well. Lots of fine detail in this one as well. That's really fresh, isn't it? Spring-like. Mind you, it won't be long before we've got crocuses appearing, is it? That's normally about this time of year when it's still snowing and snowdrops. Right. So there's that one. And that's the same print. Oh, is it snowing? Oh, Clive's just met. Wait till your own show. Clive's just messaging saying it's snowing outside. Great. No, I don't mind a little flurry of snow. It's the, oh, hope we can get home. Oh, Clive, if we get snowed in, we're stuck here, aren't we? Oh, thanks, Hayley, for answering Jenny. Got clear PVC on the website. Oh, was that Kat? Using Hayley's email address. All right, okay. Again, love the colours on this one. I would definitely be making a bag out of this, I think. Maybe with a little bit of a drawstring around it, gather it up a little bit. I think that would be gorgeous. I'd pick out the green in this, I think. So, because it would seem obvious to go for pink, I think, but I think going for the green would make it a little bit different. So then we've got, we're still on the same collection, by the way. If you want to go and put the kettle on, come back in half an hour. I'll probably still be doing this. So, oh, it's got hearts on it as well, hearts and flowers. And it's got, this one's called Buttercup. I wonder why. don't say any buttercups. So, oh, some of these are available by the ½ metre on the website, by the way. So if you go on to sewingstreet.com and type in solstice, the whole collection will come up there for you. So same print, but in like a tangerine colour with this one. That's a pretty colour. Well, that goes really well with that one. Oh, stickers off. See, I'm looking at colours like this and I'm thinking tequila sunrise. Barbadian beaches, barbecues. Is it a bit early in the morning for thinking about tequila sunrise? This is the same print but in a different colour. And then this is the same print but in a different colour. So actually the pale one works really well with these two, doesn't it? So if you're doing, you could do tumbling blocks with those three because the shades are different enough to make all the prints stand out. So that's an idea for you. Like a bit of hand sewing. So, oh, Sam says she's glad I'm back. I'm presuming it's a she. Sundays are complete. Not like my set of teeth this morning. Right, 6:15 in Australia. Is that Anne? It's, oh, hi Sharon in Australia. Whereabouts in Australia are you? 6:15 in the evening. Oh, I was thinking it's 6:15 in the morning because apparently she's having a happy hour. I thought, it's a bit early, isn't it? But it's 6:15 in the evening, then well deserved, I say. So it's summer over there, isn't it? So it might even be a tequila sunrise, you never know. Okay, Kat was supposed to be coming over on holiday well, it's a wedding, isn't it, in April, but kind of thinking it's not going to happen. So, still haven't finished, you know. Same print, different colours. You're getting all of this for £119.84, and with a free ½ metre, remember. So those three together. I wouldn't put them together, I think they're too busy, but if you introduce something like this, breaks it all up a little bit, doesn't it? And I think you might need a couple. The grey one, actually, I like the grey one. And now all of the prints stand out against each other. So we've got this print actually in 4 different colours. So, oh, they should have done 4-leaf clovers, or put an occasional 4-leaf in there would be nice, wouldn't it? Do you know what I did once? Took the dog walking, this is quite a few years ago, walking in the fields, and there was a whole patch of 4-leaf clovers. They tend to grow in patches, so you don't just find one in a bunch of normal clover. You get a whole patch of them. And there were 5-leaf clovers, 6-leaf clovers. I think the most leaves on the clover was 8. I found one with 8 leaves on it. So I dug them up, took them home, planted them in a pot, and they all died. Serves me right for digging them up, doesn't it? I did manage to press some of them, and I gave them away to friends in cards. But yeah, 8-leaf clover, beat that. How many leaves on your clover? But these are 3. But I want pictures. If you've got a 9-leaf clover, I want pictures. That's the whole collection. That's the whole blooming lot. You're getting all, how long did that take? About 20 minutes. But everything that you see there. So every one of these included in that bundle. It's a really nice quality as well. Oh, hi Shirley. Oh, Shirley actually got this when we had the last bundle, and she says it's gorgeous and the quality is superb. Thank you. It's nice to hear feedback from you. Morning, Sue. Thank you. Dilly says in Adelaide it's 41 degrees. Oh, see, that's the opposite extreme. We don't want to go outside when it's freezing and snowing here, and it's probably too hot for you to go outside as well. And morning, freezing fog in Great Yarmouth. Oh, thank you very much. She's in a PJ. You're going to stay in your PJs all day? What are you like? Okay, so that's another bundle. If that's a little bit out of your budget, we have some fabrics by the ½ metre as well. Yes. Here we go. Which are these? So, oh, do you know what? These would look really nice in that purse frame. One of the purse frames we've got coming up later on. Oh, we've got the Japanese knockbag patterns. Oh, do you know, that would be perfect. And you'll need 2 ½ metres of fabric. And they need to be non-directional. This is perfect. And covering buttons as well, because they're actually buttons, look. They've got holes in the middle. That would be really nice as well. So that's £6.99. It's by the ½ metre. So if you wanted more than ½ metre, if you wanted a metre, then it will come in one piece, in one length. If you wanted 5 metres, then order 10 units and it'll all come joined up for you. But I don't know how clear that is on your screens, but these are all gold foiled or metallic little bits, but it's not sparkly and shiny. It's very subtle, and I think it's a very elegant fabric as well. So this is in the teal. Oh, we've only got 3 metres left of that one. So if you want 3 metres, go order 6 units and you'll be the last one to get them. We have a black background. Now the colours really stand out. They've got little parasols, don't they? There's got and so much detail. With the swirly flowers, and look at this one. Tiny, tiny detail, and the outlines of these are all foiled as well. That's amazing detail. I love those colours as well. Nice and cheery. Again, we're kind of running out of stock of these, so if you want it, I should be ordering pretty sharpishly. So you could, actually, I'd go for a black and white for the knockbag and have a real contrast between the two, because it's got a different colour top to the bottom, and it's reversible as well, so you could have 2 looks in one. So they're exactly the same pattern, but in the white this time. And again, £6.99 for a ½ metre. Oh, now then, because this is by the ½ metre, you could make the shirt that Clive's doing in the next hour. You could make the Gabbie dress that is doing at 11 o'clock. You could do matching purse. You could do some circle applique. We're going to do a bit of circleage at at 12 o'clock. These might be a little bit small for my circle cutter, but we could try. Right, and what should we have a look at next? These ones? Another bundle. These, oh, it's like Joseph's coat, isn't it? There are 3 fabrics here, so let's open them up a little bit. And this one. And this one. So there's 3 fabrics, those are they. And we have a panel as well, which is that one. So you've got they look like cranes, don't they? I like a panel because it's simple. All you need to do is put a little bit of wadding behind it. Maybe you can embroider. You could add some more embellishments, maybe cutting out from the other fabrics. You can free motion embroider over that. You could just quilt straight across it, or you could just leave it as it is, stretch it around a huge canvas. Would look amazing. But if you wanted to make it larger and make it into something like a bed runner or a table runner, then remember you've got the other fabrics included as well. You've got 3.5 meters of fabrics included too, so you can just keep adding borders and make it bigger and bigger and bigger until you've got the size that you like. Or you could have this as a panel on the wall, and then you know your favourite armchair, you could make some cushions to go on that, so it's matching. A nice idea. Okay, so that's that. Do a lot of folding here, don't we? So that's, I mean, and that's all of them. So you get 1.5 meters of fabrics and the panel as well. Then we have a school bundle. So it seems like you've got plenty of time to be making things for when the kids go back to school. So if you want to get started now, you know, by the new term in September, hopefully they'll be back again. So what about pencil cases and maybe PE bags or school bags or satchels? Or if it's a home working area, then maybe a wall hanging with pockets on it to keep organised. You could cover maybe a stool cover or a chair cover, or make a little cushion for that as well. This one's got paper clips all over it, so you could make a paper clip storage unit. Everybody needs a paper clip storage unit. What, you don't have one? Then tablet rests and tablet covers and all of that kind of thing. This one, I shan't open them all up. We have mathematical things and H2O. I wonder why H2O all over it. So we've got, oh, this is more crafty, isn't it? So we've got paint palettes and the globe. I don't know which world that is, but I don't think it's the Earth. But all of the different lessons, isn't it? So you've got chemistry and geography and arts and crafts and maths and teacher's apple. Has anybody ever given a teacher an apple? Anyway, that's that one. Kat's suggesting that you can make your teacher a tie. I'm sure she'd love it. So, but the thing is, we don't know when we're going to see our teachers again. That's the thing. So we've got crayons and drawings with this one. More paper clips, but this time in bolder colours. So that was the other one. Look. So we've got pastel paper clips and bright coloured paper clips. You're getting all of these. And then we have the bold colours of the crayons, that's the pastel one. And then with all of the different lessons, we have that with a black background as well. And then if you really want a sporty teacher, then you can make her a bag covered, or him, a bag covered in apples as well. So all of that for £47.99. You've got 3.5 metres there in total. So that's school days. All of those. We do have some of these available by the half metre as well. So have a look on sewingstreet.com and you'll be able to find them on there. So that's that one. Under here, we have, morning Debbie Day. Your pin cushion's on its way, if you haven't got it already. Just want to keep up to date. I kind of think if you're taking the time and trouble to send me a message, then the least I can do is say hello. Right. So was that Joe, sorry? Jenny's ordered a PVC. Oh, well done, Jen. She left a message on Facebook earlier on saying where can she get clear PVC, because she's making a car seat organiser. You're in the right place. These are all by the half metre. These are really beautiful fabrics, not just to work with, but because it's one of those fabrics that adds kind of texture, but it doesn't argue with other patterns. So, you know, if you wanted, that goes nicely with that one. If you wanted a plain to go with the patterned, then it's a little bit more interesting than just going for a plain, but it doesn't detract from a patterned fabric. And every one of these pieces of fabric is going to be individual because they're all hand dyed. And that's just the way that it works. So if you're making a bag, and that's nice. And you wanted an unusual, that's gone, hasn't it? You wanted, the white one goes then. A more unusual lining, then that would be absolutely perfect. And again, it's by the half metre. So maybe it's the backs of pillowcases or cushion covers or that kind of thing. Or of course, it's beautiful fabric just to use on its own. You don't have to mix and match it with anything. So this one is, what colour are we calling that? It's £6.99. It's called Victoria, but it's a really soft, I'd call that raspberry, like squished raspberries. Or crushed. I broke a tooth, can't even talk this morning. Crushed raspberries. I'm apparently, I've not had it in a mojito. I don't know if I'd want raspberries in a mojito. Mint in a mojito, I think. Love this colour. It's like, Kat says it's like sand dunes. It looks like marble to me. It is beautiful. There's an aerial view of the desert. I was, yeah, it's true, Jenny, absolutely. So that's what I trained for. Years ago, in a previous career, I was modelling with my children for a 7-star Hilton hotel in Israel. And we actually went into Egypt for a day and went on a jeep safari. And this is what all of the mountains and the hills look like. It was amazing. So I've just seen all of this and I thought, it took me straight back to those times. It was absolutely amazing. So what do you see in it? Is it clouds? It does look a little bit marbly to me. It's sandy. These are almost like, you can see the way that the fabric's been made here, can't you? It's almost like explosions. And every one of these is completely different and individual. So when you get yours home, it'll look very similar, but it won't be exactly the same. And no repeating the pattern. And it's non-directional as well. You can use this any way around you like. But it's nice quality as well. It's nice and crisp, this type of fabric. Pam, my cup has gone cold. Feels like you're in a home zone. I've got half of it left, look, but it's stone cold. And Elliot bought me that. We didn't just go into the kitchen and make it. He actually went out to an establishment that does coffee and bought that for me. Have we got a microwave here? Because stick it in the microwave. You don't microwave coffee? Okay. Don't microwave them. Told off. Adam says, I just tried saying crushed raspberry and that could have been rude. Lovely Sharon. Oh, hi Sharon. Sharon's in bed. Honestly. time are we? It's 20 to 9. Morning, Alison. Marion, expect an email from Kat very shortly. I don't know why. She just said, need to email Alison. Terracotta. I'd say this one was. Actually, they do go nicely together as well. You know, all of these colours mix and match really well. Oh, apparently Delphine used this in her confetti quilting. Because there's no wrong or right side to these either. So it's perfect. So you can't get the fabric the wrong way, you can't get the pattern the wrong way. It can be upside down or the right way up, or it can be left and right, or up or down, or whatever you like. Okay, again all by the ½ metre, so if you wanted more, they come all joined. Oh, volcanoes. We went to Italy on holiday a few years ago now, and we went to Mount Vesuvius, or you know what was left, and they were actually selling T-shirts with pictures of the volcano and a speech bubble coming out of it saying "Sorry." It's gonna, and yeah. Well, I say selling them, they were available to buy. I don't know if anybody bought them. That's strange. Yeah, this is a fiery red. Now, on my screen in front of me, it looks pink. It's actually, I don't know what it's like at home, but it's bright reds and orange. It does look like volcanoes, doesn't it? We're very limited on this one, by the way. Oh, morning, Pauline. How much fabric would I roughly need to make an overlocker dust cover? Let's have a look. I would say ½ metre of 2 different fabrics, and you'll have some left over. So a fat quarter is not going to be quite enough because your overlocker is going to be about that size, and then it drapes over like that. So you probably need about 3/4 of a metre wide, and then yeah, your ½ metre should do that. If you make one that just drapes over and then has the ties at the side, 2 ½ metres would be fine. And actually, if you're going to make one that has sides on it as well, I think you'd be fine with 2 ½ metres. And then you're going to need something like your H640 or your Bosal. Your Bosal foam that we have available by the metre now. So that's coming up later. Now then, onto the greens. This one's called Mallard. It is actually, isn't it? It is the Mallard male ducks, colour of their heads. Gorgeous, isn't it? So almost like, yeah, it's like gemstone, isn't it? It looks like you've got one of those geos, is it? And you chop them in half and you get these amazing colours. And remember, it doesn't matter which side you use, doesn't matter which way around you use it. There we go. We have mallards on the duck pond in the village, and they're quite tame. When I'm walking the dog, we walk past and they all come out wanting food. And they can feed from the hand. They're very tame. They're lovely. Oh, now then, this one is really bright, almost fluorescent, isn't it? What are we calling this one? Lime. That sums it up, doesn't it? Bright and bold. And it's fresh and it's bright. And it goes nicely with that. Oh, where was that fabric that I said I'd use green to pick out the colours? Bear with me, it's one of these first ones, wasn't it? Was it that one? Wrong colour green. Worth a try though. You actually could go nicely with the Japanese one. Oh, that's sold out as well, is it? What about this one? That kind of goes, doesn't it? Oh no. I've mixed all these fabrics up now. I can't remember what's in what bundle. How about... That'd go, wouldn't it? That's the Origins fabric bundle. So if you go for a couple of bundles, you can mix and match them together. Oh, Jan says she's got a cold cup of tea and a broken tooth. Not going to not going to the dentist until I have problems with it. Oh, first thing tomorrow I'm on the phone to the dentist. It feels horrible. I've got that horrible metallic taste in my mouth and it's just rough and horrible. Anyway, that's enough of my problems. So... We've got lots to... I haven't been here for 2 weeks, so we've got lots of gossiping to catch up on and everything. So one more by the 1/2 metre. Have I put that somewhere? That one. There we go. River Rock, this one. It's got a very subtle, almost like an ink stain look to this one, I think. So very, very, very soft and subtle. I kind of like that. I've not seen anything like that before. And it's nice and bright and crisp and white. So, because some whites are kind of off-white. It's white, but it's not quite as bright as white as this one. It's like the washing powder adverts that you say it's a blue white like you've never seen before. It's that kind of white, isn't it? Okay, that's £6.99 again for 1/2 metre. All of these are quilting weight of cottons and they are all 44 inches or 112 centimetres in width. FYI. Have we got to bundle another? We've not done this one. I thought it was all bundled out. Michael Miller, Happy Days we're looking at here. I was expecting to hear the Happy Days theme tune in my ear, and that's exactly what I got. Never disappointing. Always predictable. So with the black in the background, same print with the white in the background. Oh, and really big prints as well, aren't they? Oh, cushion covers, I'm thinking with this one. In the conservatory. I don't have a conservatory, but if I did, I'd want these bright, bold colours there. Roman blinds, they're all cut to 1/2 metre, so you might have to join some bits together, do a bit of patchwork if you wanted to make curtains and things out of them. But what a lovely selection of fabric. Oh, look at that one. You could fussy cut these, couldn't you? And applique them onto another project. Could be circle applique. This is a crisscross. These look stitched, look. And then with a white background. And it's nice white. It's that blue white like you've never seen before white. And then the crisscross in pink. The whole bundle for £66.99. We have the jade. And the crisscross with a white background. Happy colours, aren't they? Happy colours, happy flowers. And it's actually, it would, wouldn't it? The Japanese knot bag, I think, would look lovely in those, or any kind of reversible bag, because I'd want to see all of these if I'm bag making. Or you maybe, if you're going to use one of the darker colours, have a brighter colour for a flap and a strap, maybe, would be a good idea. Clive's gone very quiet on Facebook. Has he gone out building snowmen? If he comes back all wet with a red nose and covered in snow, we know what he's been up to. So that's the last fabric bundle of the day. So actually, this is kind of a bit of a roundup of your favourite fabrics from January. Hasn't this month gone quickly? Not a bad thing. Right, that and that and that. Next up, we have a Tula Pink Fat Quarterback. Two colour choices. We either have the oranges, which we're calling Goldfish, or we've got the peacock. So let's have a look at goldfish first of all. Whose birthday is it then, Susan? Good start to my birthday. Oh, that's Jane. Jane, I missed you. Happy birthday, Jane. Everyone say happy birthday to Jane. Happy birthday, Jane.
I'm going to clear for me.
Okay. Cat's tidying it. Can I take these out?
Yes.
Okay.
I loosened the knot earlier.
Oh, she loosened the knot for me. Oh, thank you. I might have just tightened it. Do the words paint and dry spring to mind? Was it this knot you loosened?
Might have been the other one.
I could just pull the ribbon off, you know.
Yeah.
I'm humouring you here. Oh, there's another knot there. Just going to do that. Honestly. I shan't take them all out. But these are fat quarters. There are 16 coordinating fat quarters altogether. I love a fat quarter, a pack, because everything matches. And it's like having a I say bite size, fat quarter's quite a lot. You could easily do a bag or a cushion cover from one. But you kind of get a sample of one of each of the whole collection. And you just know that whichever ones you put together are going to coordinate perfectly. That's a Geo, isn't it? I think that one's actually called Geo. Love the spots and the stripes. Now I'm thinking deck chairs with these. Summertime. Beach bags. Elliot says 1960s swimming costumes. For the stripe, really? Obviously wasn't there in the 1960s. These are nice colours as well. Do you remember knitted swimming trunks? That was a thing that'd go baggy in the water. Maureen's birthday today as well. Everyone, happy birthday to Maureen. Happy birthday, Maureen. You just had that sung to you down my ear. Not repeating that because then we'd have to pay for it, wouldn't we? Right, so this is the peacock. This is the one you loosened, look. Honestly. So same prints but peacock colours with this one. So we've got little, are they swallows or swifts or house martins? We're calling them swifts apparently. And these, we have house martins. Apparently house martins don't have any to actually land. They can sleep when they're flying and they eat bugs, apparently. Kat thinks I'm winding her up. Google it. I think they can hover a little bit so that they're not flying forward at 100 miles an hour and fast asleep with, with the risk of hitting trees and pylons. £69.99 is your price there. Love a bit of nonsense, don't you? Lovely material this morning, says Patricia. Just finished a bag. Lovely. Oh, everyone's saying happy birthday to Maureen. That's lovely. Elliot says happy birthday, Maureen, as well. Anybody else's birthday today? I will do that in a bit. And one of your favourites, every month this turns out to be one of your favourites. We do have a few of the January flower of the month for you. So January is a carnation, and this is what you're going to get. So the actual carnation is a 12-inch square that you see here. And then you've got 2.5-inch strips, and they're 43 inches long. So we have been making cushion covers and wall hangings and book covers and tote bags, and I can't remember what else made out of these. I made something different every month so far. or drawstring bag, wasn't it, last time? Yep. So we started with the flower of the month last May, which was an iris. So we've still got a few months to go to get the whole 12, but there are a few extra because we brought you extra Halloween and Christmas panels as well. So you could probably make a quilt out of 12 of them. If you're saving up, it would make a lovely quilt if you're just getting hold of them and wait until you've got the 12. But a lot of you have been making projects, I know, for birthdays, because these are actual flowers of the month. So if you know somebody that has a birthday in January, it might be a bit late to make them something for this January, but it doesn't really matter, does it? It doesn't have to be for a birthday, it's just appropriate. Made an apron last time. Didn't quite finish that, did I? This was a suggestion, wasn't it? Was it Pauline who suggested this? Oh no, it was Rachel, wasn't it? Rachel Ilsley suggested an apron because I wanted something a little bit different to make. Obviously with extra fabric, the tie is from the 2.5-inch strips that you get in alongside this as well. Yeah, they do. See, cat, Viv says, swifts fly very high, then sleep when they're gliding and only land to breed. Yeah, I suppose they couldn't breed in the air. You'd have eggs dropping on you, wouldn't you? Alan had a blackbird hit the window and feathers went everywhere, but the bird was okay. But a little bald, maybe. Oh, thank you, Susan. Okay, so that is that. Are we out of time? We must be out of time because Clive is in the studio. Let me give you a quick reminder of the early bird before I clear a space for Clive to start some shirt making. So early bird is a special offer where we reduce the price of an item or items for the duration of the day or as long as we have the stock. So you're saving £4 here. We've not reduced the price on a bigger ruler like this one before. It is 8 inches by 24 with lots and lots of detail. So just really quickly, we've got white and we've got black markings and the numbers so that they stand out on different colours of fabric, as I can show you. So if you're cutting on white fabric, you see the black lines stand out. And if you're cutting on dark fabric, you see the white ones stand out. And that's the lines as well. So you've got 45 and 60 degree lines in the white. Can't even see the black ones on here, but when I put it on the white fabric, you've just got 45 degree lines on this one. So if you're cutting bias binding, absolutely perfect, and you've got a nice wide ruler to enable you to do so. So in which case, you need your rotary cutter and mat as well. You'll line up your 45 degree angle on the edge of your fabric, and then you can cut straight across here, and you get perfect binding, bias binding. This will be going up by £4 tomorrow. So if you're in the market for a new ruler, you can't get much better than Creative Grids, quality-wise and support-wise as well, actually. But it will be going up by £4 by tomorrow. So non-slip grippy bits. You have the QR code. So if you hover over this, with your, not you. If you hover over it, you'll just look silly. But if you hover your phone over this, it'll take you to a video so you have ideas on how you're going to use this. And these are quality, they'll last, they will last so long. And considering you're going to be putting a blade up against these, for the most part, because they're designed for use with rotary cutters, you're not going to be making nicks in them or wearing them out or anything. So, £27.99 is your price. Okay, so that's your early bird. Okay, well, Clive's here. We're going to be moving on to dressmaking in the next show, or shirt making in the next hour. So do stay with us. I'm going to go and refresh my coffee, I think, and we'll see you again in a couple of minutes' time. Bye-bye.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Hello Sewing Street fans, let me introduce myself. My name is Clive, I live in Kenilworth in Warwickshire. I currently run a business in Kenilworth and that's doing alterations on people's clothing. So I really enjoy kind of providing that service for the local community. My sewing journey first began when my grandmother gave me a hand crank sewing machine and from there I was fascinated about how things were put together. To the point where I used to make clothing for my favourite toys out of toilet tissue. I've also kind of studied fashion design at Epsom University in Surrey, so I've kind of gained knowledge along the way of different aspects of sewing, like pattern cutting. So yeah, that's a little bit about my sewing journey. My number one sewing tip is don't give up. Sometimes you'll get frustrated and you're angry with yourself, but really just put it to one side and take half an hour, go and have a cup of tea and a biscuit and then come back to it, and then you'll kind of like have a fresh mind to start again. The positive happiness that comes from that is just amazing. So please don't give up, keep on sewing. My claim to fame? Well, if you've been watching, you've probably heard my name mentioned on Sewing Street several times. My husband is Mark Francis from the Sewing Bee, the Great British Sewing Bee. So that's number one claim to fame. My second claim to fame is I had Adele, the beautiful, beautiful tones of Adele singing for me when I was a barman back in the day. It was just amazing to have her sing to me at my bar. So yeah, and also I've met Prince Harry at a VIP party. Stay tuned on Sewing Street and you'll see me very soon. I hope it all goes well, fingers crossed.
While we're having to spend more time at home again, we're here to keep you busy and entertained. Sewing Street will be live every day from 8 AM, bringing you plenty of demonstrations with our experts in dressmaking, quilting, bag making, toy making, needle felting, embroidery, and so much more. Our community of fellow sewists on the Sewing Street fans Facebook group are there to chat to you about whatever you're making, sharing photos and advice. Check out the Sewing Street Facebook and Instagram pages for fun competitions and offers.
Hello there, welcome back again. Now that you got your cuppa, we're all ready for the next hour. Lovely. Because we're going to be dressmaking, well, shirt making, blouse making, both. It's proper snowing outside. I can't even see my car in the car park. It's all snowed over. So we may have to stay here, Clive. That's just it.
Stay here and just
yeah,
all day.
yeah, we're gonna stay here. Have a sleepover in the office.
There's plenty of quilted blankets, isn't there, that we can...
There are actually,
Yeah.
yeah, lots of quilted blankets here, so
Yeah.
we're going to be warm anyway. And anyway, let's do what we're supposed to be doing this morning. This is the shirt pattern, and it's available in small to large or extra large to XXL. And it's for the ladies and for the gentlemen. So you can be making blouses, you can be making shirts. You can do short sleeve, long sleeve, no sleeve. That's entirely up to you. If you have a look on our website, you'll actually see all the size guides and everything on the back there. So we do have some fabric bundles, but if you wanted to use your own fabric for these, then that will give you a guide as to how much you need to buy and the sizes as well. Because remember, you don't go for your regular dress size or your chest size, you go for your measurements. So off you pop and measure yourself first of all. If you need any help or advice, then come and ask while we're here live in the show today. And we will endeavour to help you out if we can. A simple shirt to make, Clive assures me, but we'll have a look at that in just a second. So again, that one is the small to large. So just really quickly, in case you didn't see that, your small is a 34 to 36 on the chest or bust, taking you through to 42 to 44. So the next ones, have a look while you're there as well, extra large to triple XL is between 46 and 56 inches on the chest or bust there. So available in the 2 sizes. If you can take a picture of your screen, then you can refer back to it, can't you? So that's that one, the larger size, looks exactly the same, but the bigger patterns inside there as well. So that's the XL to double XL. So, oh sorry, triple XL for you there. I've got those the wrong way around. Oh, they look the same anyway, you'll never know. Again, that's £10.49 is your price there. We also have interfacing. You'll need 2 of these. And that's going to be for your collar and your veer and your cuffs and everything. But again, Clive will explain what you're going to do with that shortly. So order 2 of those unless you've got any of your own already. That's £2.99. And no snow here as usual. Where are you, Trudy? Oh, it's okay if you get snowed in. We don't mind Sewing Street live for 24 hours. No, no, Pauline, 5 hours is bad enough. 5 hours is lovely. We love working for 5 hours every day. So who else has got snow? It wasn't snow when I left this morning, but it is literally just white outside. Not even kidding about being snowed in. Darling, I may be late for dinner this evening. This is the fabric that Clive's going to be demonstrating with in the show today. We've put together a bundle of 3.5 metres, so you've got plenty to make the largest size. If you're going to go for some of the smallest sizes, you can, you could make yourself a matching purse or a man bag. That's £25.99, so a lovely pastel candy stripe. And we're calling that Vintage Bobby.
Ooh.
I don't know why.
You could make a matching face mask as well.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Yeah. Maybe I should have made one to go with this.
They won't be able to see you there.
Ah, that's true.
Yeah. You should have made one.
Oh, I should have made one.
So that's this one. The shirt that Clive's wearing is made from the sky blue. We've got less than 10 of these remaining, so we are limited.
10 of the patterns.
Poser. The bundles of fabric.
I don't know what I'm doing. Oh no, that photo is hideous. And that one.
Catwalk ready, I'd say.
Catwalk ready pose. You used to be a model, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. So am I?
Yeah.
Just the.
That's the one, or the. Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
the.
You've got it. Yeah.
Right.
Any agents watching, sign him up.
Oh dear.
We also have this in the red. So it's a little bit more subtle in the red. 3.5 metres again for £25.99. Kirsty says you're looking lovely as usual.
Oh, thank you, Kirsty. And Margaret as well, calling me hunky.
Oh, I know.
That's a compliment and a half, isn't it?
Oh, Trudy says that, she's just outside Peterborough, no snow. Oh, good. We could make snowing angels. Or
yeah, we could.
Should we go and do that in the car park?
Watch your space. No, we won't do that. We won't. Maybe in the windscreen.
Morning. What a gentle way to start a Sunday morning. It's just starting to snow in Brownells.
It's going to be snowing everywhere, isn't it?
I know. Oh, no snow in Loddington in Northamptonshire. Had a lazy day yesterday as my other half Phil was 50. Everybody, happy birthday to other half Phil.
Happy birthday.
Anyway, do me job.
I could get Mark to come and rescue me with the dogs.
On
a sleigh.
On a sleigh.
Yeah. Two little Jack Russells. Do you think they'll make it the whole way? Who knows? Oh, one of them's quite strong, so maybe.
Jack Russells, I
Jack Russells. They're good dogs.
Oh, what are they called?
Frankie and Clarky.
Oh.
Hi, Frankie and Clarky. Daddy's on the telly. Maybe I should whistle. Bobby, Bobby, Bobbies, Bobbies.
What will they be doing now?
Probably like that. Where's that coming from?
Oh. These are the flower dots fabric. Again, £25.99. It's a 3.5 metre bundle, and these are all 44 wide again, aren't they? All 44 inches wide, 100% cotton. Dominique's in Cornwall, right at the bottom, she says. No snow, but rain and rain and rain.
Is that Dominique? Is it glitter? Does she put glitter?
No, she says Dominique Maisie Bennett Tripp.
Oh, that might be glitter.
Posh triple, but are you glitter, Dominique?
Are you glitter? Is that glitter? That's mine and Mark's #1 fan.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, she's really sweet.
Oh.
Yeah, she kind of like follows our little journeys.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, it's really nice.
Your journey's really coming on as well, isn't it?
Yeah, no, I'm really
exciting times ahead.
I know, yeah. Watch this space.
Oh, they heard the whistling. Clarky opened his eyes and perked up, apparently.
Oh, did he? Ah, Clarky.
Oh. Yeah, well, if you're watching, you need to bring out the sleigh to get home.
Yeah, bring the sleigh and a shovel.
And a bag of salt.
Yeah, and a bag of salt.
Yeah.
And some food.
Food.
Yeah.
And it's nearly 1 o'clock. It's 9:10 already.
Well, it's our lunchtime, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. This one is the green autumn leaves, and again you've got 3.5 metres. I think it's more of a teal myself, but we're calling it green. It's £25.99 is your price there. Just ice in Derbyshire. Susan lives at the top of a hill, so she's going out. Not a problem, but won't make it back. Make it back up again. So going to stay and watch Sewing Street. I want to make more clothes this year instead of just bags. Dominique says she's honoured.
No, it is glitter then.
Oh.
Her name is Dominique, but on Instagram she's known as Glitter.
All right.
Yeah, a glitter Maisie bug, I think it is.
Oh.
Yeah. So,
Hello, Glitter.
Hello. And my Auntie Lucy's
Kirsty.
watching as well.
Hello,
Yeah.
Auntie Liz.
Hello, Auntie Lucy.
Auntie Lucy, sorry, I
Yeah,
thought I said
Lucy.
Liz.
She watches every single day.
Does she?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, she's a big fan of the show.
Kirsty says, Clive, I've just snorted into my coffee
Why?
at the thought of Mark and the Jack Russells coming to your rescue. Oh, yes, it is Glitter, she answered. Sorry, I missed your message there. Who else was messaging in, Kat, sorry? Oh, Julia in London. Hi, Julia.
Hello, Julia.
New to Sewing Street.
Ah, hello.
And was wondering what kind of fabric you would normally use for a bag. Depends what kind of bag you're making or what kind of fabric you like, because it really doesn't matter. I wouldn't go for stretch and I wouldn't go for viscose. If you're going for cotton, perfect, but put some kind of interfacing or stabiliser behind it to make it a little bit more substantial. So something like the Bosal foam that we've got coming up in the next show, or H640, which is a fusible foam, or canvas would be nice, or faux leathers would be nice. Have a look in the next hour, because we've got a whole, it's all bag making in the next hour. We've got a whole range of fabrics, which will be suggestions for you as well. So stay with us. Anyway, let's get on with some shirt making.
Yeah,
Too much chat.
I know. Right. So to prepare for today, I have already I've made up a part of the shirt. I've done the shoulders and whatnot, but hang on a minute. Where's my instructions? Let me just quickly go through these.
Under the pattern. To your left.
To my left.
Under there.
Oh, thanks. So if we could get an overhead, and I'll just quickly, just because with this, I wanted to kind of show you the collar and the yoke. No yoke jokes.
I'm just going to be bombarded with yoke jokes in my ear. I know. I'll ignore it.
Give us a good yoke joke, Elliot. Okay, where are we? It's not that one. I'll see. This is what happens. So this is quite good actually, because there are instructions on there on how to put the darts in for the ladies' version of this shirt.
Oh, okay. I didn't notice darts.
So, if we could just get the over, there we go. So what I've done already is I've put the box pleat in the back. Sorry, pull that towards here. I've attached the shoulder seams to the back as well, and then I've attached, the yoke to the back, then the shoulder seams, and then I'm going to quickly show you how to do the collar, because you know it's important to know how to do this bit.
I think collars are the scary bit for anybody that's quite new to sewing.
This shirt's quite nice because it kind of builds it in.
Oh, okay.
Into the yoke. So when we get to the yoke part, we can kind of go through that and run through what it's going to do.
Because with a collar and stand, like you get on a classic shirt, there's a lot of pieces to go together, isn't there?
It's tricky. But you could do this, on a normal shirt. You could use this method if it's got a yoke on a normal shirt also.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Here it is. Sorry, I was just trying to find the pieces. So I've cut it out of this this fabric that I'm wearing now. And what you have to be careful of when you're, just get rid of that because there's too many grid things going on there. You need to make sure that you are not sewing on the notched kind of side of the collar, which is, we've got notches there and there. So we're going to be sewing up here, across and down, but we're going to be doing right sides together. I'm not going to pin this either, so I'm going to do it really quickly. Because I wanted to show you when you're turning out the collar at the corners. When you get to a corner, we want to stop an angle so we can get a nice sharp crisp corner. So I'll just do this really quickly for you. So it's 1.5 cm seam allowance. Just pop the needle in. I'm not going to bother back stitching because it gets built in anyway, so there we go.
I don't do that if it's going to, if the end of the
No.
stitch line is going to go into another seam.
There was a conversation on a Facebook group the other day that Mark read actually, and somebody was adamant that they do on every single seam. It's not always necessary, is it, really?
No, I don't think so.
So we're just going to go forwards, and then we're going to stop when it gets to 1.5 cm. We're just going to pivot. Oh, I don't know what's happened there. Sorry, guys.
Tracy says it's snowing in Kenilworth, Clive. Looks like you're going to be having a studio sleepover.
Ah, is that my friend Tracy? Is it Tracy Hanlon?
Hello, Tracy. Are you Clive's friend?
Are you my friend? Let's just do that stitch line again. So we get to that point. Why is the needle not staying in?
Eileen and Jeanette have both messaged in, asking if the green fabric and the flower and dot fabric are suitable for dresses.
Dresses?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
I think so. I think it depends on the style, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I think maybe a shift dress, a tailored kind of dress would be nice in
it's
that.
structured, a bit
Yeah,
like
structured, that's the word.
the
I'm thinking
Gabbie.
of. Yeah,
Yeah.
that would look well.
So we're going to pivot just 45 degrees and we're going to go one stitch over. This is really disconcerting. My needle's not staying in. I know there is a button, isn't there?
Which one have you got, the Juki?
Yeah, I should
I'm
know
not
what
familiar
it
with that
is.
one.
Anyway, Mark, if you're watching, what's the button? It's because he has this machine at home. And we're going to go all the way along.
Pat's asking if you're using sewing interfacing.
No, it's iron-on interface. It's the Vliline that's available to buy.
The one that we got on the show here.
Yeah.
Okay. You need two, remember.
Yeah,
Two
you'll need
packets of
two,
this one.
definitely. I'm going to stop to that other corner. I'm going to have to try and work that out. At some point, we're going to go one stitch, and then we're going to go down the other side. So when we turn it out, No, sorry, we need to trim it first.
So you've done one stitch across the corner.
Yeah, one stitch across the corner, because when you turn it out, you have to trim these corners really close to the stitching, like that. And then just kind of ease that in as well, and that will give you a nice sharp corner when you press. Oh, that's the pattern piece gone off the table.
Do you need that?
No, I don't need that.
Morag says it's -6 in Dumfries. She's got up at last. Morag, honestly.
Well done.
Elliot says, is it Dumfries in?
So, oh, do you know, I do have a turning out tool, and I've left it in my bag in the other room. I knew I'd forgotten something. It is here, it's in the building. Turning out, you know when you... Oh, she's gone to get it.
She's on her way.
She's gone to get it for me. I was going to use an unpicker. Just try and ease that with my fingers to now. Let's get that iron ready. Speak amongst yourselves.
Talk about ironing. Do you steam or do you just press?
I do steam, yeah.
You do steam?
Yeah. Well, it depends really on what the project is, doesn't it? Oh, brilliant. Well done. Thank you. And that's a prim. I don't know if you sell these on... no, okay. Moving
No,
on
no, we don't sell that. No.
Other brands are available. Okay. So we're just going to turn that through. Using my tool, I'm just going to poke the edges. You can see that. Just ease it, so you're not poking it too hard, so that you're poking it through the fabric. It shouldn't anyway.
Do you use a clapperboard?
No, we are gonna purchase one. I tried to buy Mark one for Christmas, but they were sold out everywhere.
Really?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So I don't know if we've still got some on the website. It's one of those things, it's like a wooden tool they made out of beech with a handle on the top, and we haven't got any left apparently, but you can push the points into the collar. It looks like an anvil, yeah. And press the seams that way. I'd never have bought one until I demonstrated them here.
Oh, really?
And I went straight out and bought one afterwards.
Yeah, they're brilliant. I mean, we don't have them, but they are good because what they're designed for is soaking up a lot of the moisture that when you're steam pressing, you get a better press, and it's such a nicer finish, isn't it?
Yeah.
So that's just turned out very nicely, just on that edge there. And then what you do after that is you base stitch all the way along here. But we're going to throw that to one side because here's one I made earlier. So we're going to attach that to the top of the yoke. I'll just show you, just lay that out. So I've done quite a lot of the work already, as you can see, but we never would have got this shown within the time allotted. So you can see there's the box pleat. That would be called a knife pleat if it was the other way around. Let me just try and spread this out.
Could you do either with it?
Sorry?
Could you do either? Box
Yeah, you
pleat
could
or knife
do.
pleat?
Like, it's entirely up to yourselves. A box pleat I will be demonstrating in the next, not the next hour, but the
11,
dress
12,
that I'm doing.
11 o'clock.
11 o'clock. So I'll show you how to do that then. So we've got the back, the yoke, and then we attach the collar onto the back of the yoke, and then along it goes. It is notched, so as you can see, sorry, let me just spread that apart. You can see that's the shoulder seam there, and that's the armhole. And this is the button stand facing, so for the revered collar. So we're going to attach that, and I do it at 1 centimetre just to attach it, because when we put the yoke part on the inside, we go 1.5 centimetres.
Oh, okay.
Okay. And then you snip all the way along, which I haven't done. So let me just do that quick now. Just to ease that curve ever so slightly. Be careful not to snip into your stitching, because then you're going to have to do it all over again. So a steady hand, but for this purpose I'm just going to go up to there for now. Okay. So then we come to putting the inside yoke piece on. Now the instructions are, I struggled with it just because I haven't, to be honest, haven't done a shirt yoke in quite a while. But once you get your head around it, it's actually quite easy. So I've kind of pinned already here. You can't really see that well, but I'll tell you what, let me just take those pins out a second. I'll lay it out. Could do with a bigger table.
We could actually, couldn't we?
Yeah.
Mind you do have a huge machine.
That's true. So this is, I'll tell you what, I'll just take these out really quickly. So just we're looking at the shirt from the inside, and what we're going to do, so this is the front piece with the reverse kind of, it's this bit here, reverse collar bit coming out. We're going to attach, so that's the inside yoke. We're going to attach right sides together at that point there.
It's like piecing together a jigsaw puzzle, isn't it? When you,
Yeah,
you've got
yeah,
patterns and
it's, I mean, the illustrations on the instructions aren't great. This is why I wanted to show this, because it's quite important that you get this bit right. So does that, there we go, I'm asking the audience, does that make sense? And then we do the other side as well. And it will all become clear as to what we're doing when we turn it all through. So we're essentially attaching so where the neckline finishes here, we're attaching what would be the front facing up into the shoulders, right sides together. And then we stitch those little bits together. Just pin that really quick. Let's put the sign down there.
How do you normally finish your seams?
I like to top stitch a lot of, especially on a shirt. You could do a flat failed seam, you could do a French seams down the sides, or it depends what you're comfortable with. If you're not comfortable with any of that, you could just use pinking shears.
Yeah.
Zigzag stitch to stop it fraying.
Do you use an overlocker?
Yeah, I've got an overlocker at home. But then with some pieces you would do that first.
Yes.
But with especially with the yoke, you don't need to overlock any of the seams because it's all going to be on the inside anyway. Just find the end of that. Okay.
I think the key thing is, if it's the first time you've done anything like this, to just
Take your time.
Take your time.
Yeah. I mean, if you do have any questions about it, go over to the Facebook page and I'll try and answer them for you.
On the fans page?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or go over to my page, Beautiful Design. I'm on Instagram and Facebook. and ask me, and I'll try and explain it the best way I know possible. When I've got a bit more time, I would like to kind of do this kind of pictures stage by stage,
Yes, that's a
rather
good
than the
idea.
illustrations. See, that does not. I need to figure out. I need to figure out that. Has Mark messaged in yet? I bet he hasn't.
Not got anything on Facebook.
Oh,
I think he's gone off building snowmen.
well, he's probably took the dogs for a walk. Oh, they love the snow.
Do they?
Yeah, they absolutely love it. I'm quite jealous actually. The castle in Kenilworth when it's snowing is beautiful.
Is it?
Yeah, it's really pretty.
Now, my dog will go out if the snow settled on the ground, but falling snow she's frightened of.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Oh bless. Just going to lock stitch those into place there. Okay. It all looks like a bit of a jumble, but it will become clear, I promise. So the next part we need to do, hang on, let me get this the right way around myself.
This is something as well, I'm the same if I'm doing patchwork. I'll keep laying everything out in front of me, and then it does kind of make sense, rather than just mashing the seams up and sewing, just keep laying it out.
Yeah. And by true example, I've actually put that on the wrong way. But anyway, we'll carry on. We need to press those. I haven't got time to pick those, have I?
How much time we got? Oh, we got nearly half an hour.
Have we?
Yeah.
Right, let me just quickly.
Sue says, Debbie just asked about finishing seams as I was typing. Oh, right. You said you would finish some seams first. Would that be any that are about to be encased or joined where you can't go around a corner? Is that why you'd finish first?
What's that, sorry?
Listen up, Clive.
I know, yeah, pay attention.
When you were saying if you were overlocking some of the seams, you'd finish the seam first, is that because you're going around a corner?
Yeah, I think the armhole seams I would definitely overlock.
Yeah.
The side seams you could overlock and then top stitch. The shoulder seams on here I haven't, just because of the way the collar sits when it's kind of all together. You can't really top stitch that bit.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's basically personal preference. They don't tell you to do any of that in the pattern though. So it's just kind of, where do you want to see a top stitch?
Yeah.
The only top stitching we've got is on the cuff. I don't know if you can zoom in there on the side.
It's kind of up to you really, isn't it? I think if I was making this for myself, I'd go the easy option. I'd go pink and shoes.
I've only done it just because I like the finish of it.
Yeah.
So, right, let's do that bit again.
Mark's still there. He's in his dressing gown and PJs.
That's typical.
So, Mark, how do you stop with the dukey needle down there?
Yeah, how?
That's the
I
question.
need to know, yeah.
Let me just give you the details of the patterns as well. While we're here, if you just joined us, we have two sizes for you in the pattern. There's the XL to the triple XL, which is that one. And it's not just a shirt, you can make the blouse as well. And Clive was saying that you can put darts in that as well. So you can have it long sleeve, short sleeve, no sleeve, whatever you like. And it's only £10.49. On the back, we'll give you all of the information you need as to how much fabric you're going to need for each size. And if you look inside the flap, those are your measurements as well. We have, actually we've got some lovely William Morris half meters coming up at the 11 o'clock show as well. So
yeah, that's the...
Could make a William Morris shirt,
the
couldn't you?
dress, yeah.
That would be
Actually,
nice.
that fabric behind me would look really nice in
It would,
a shirt.
wouldn't it?
This one here. It's very nice.
Oh, you could have a matching dress and shirt.
His and hers.
Get you.
Or his
You're not going
and
to go
his.
anywhere wearing them. We also have the small to large. So just really quickly, sizes for the XL to double XL are between 46 and 56 on the chest or bust size, and on the smaller size we go from 34 inches to 44 inches. For your information. So that's those. Remember, you do have the bundles of fabrics as well, and you've got your Valiseline interfacing. You'll need 2 of those if you don't have any of those at home already. So how are you doing?
Right, just making sure that's not twisted. Because that really would be a nightmare of a show, wouldn't it, really? Right, let me just see where I am. That's on the wrong side, there we go. So this is why you need to take your time, because you don't want to mess up like I just did. Oh my God.
Glitter says, are you on later on today?
I am. Hopefully, I won't be stood here unpicking seams. I'm really sorry about this. Let's just do that one again. Do you know what? I'm just going to do one side. Let's just go from there.
We've still got plenty of time, Clive, don't we?
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay. So we're going to press that towards the yoke as well. That's important. So at the minute, I've just attached one side, just so you can see. We're going to press that down towards the yoke. So that will be on the inside of the yoke piece later on. We might as well press that while we're here as well. There we go. Oh God.
Oh, oh, I did that a few weeks ago, but I left it there.
There's a nice big mark on
That
the
was
floor.
me.
Right, just so we're clear. So there's the yoke piece attached to the front facing there. And it was right sides together. I was right the first time round. But that's just the way it goes. Sometimes you just need to take a step back, relax, breathe, and do it again.
Yes, when you do it at home, you won't have me as a distraction.
No, it's not a distraction. I just need to be able to kind of sew and talk at the same time. And then we're going to pin all the way along the front facing to the end. Oop. I nearly did the cardinal sacrilege, put the pin in the mouth then.
Ooh.
Don't do that, I know. It's really bad, isn't it? Everybody says it as well. And anyway, moving on.
But my mum used to. My mum was a dressmaker, and she would put pins in her mouth, or she'd stick them onto the front of a shirt. But yes, that's not. It's not good practice.
It's a very, very bad habit that everybody should get out of, because I have heard some horror stories actually. So
yeah,
don't do it. You could fall over, and that's not going to be very pretty. I can hear chatter in the. What are they talking about?
they're talking about horror stories, things that could actually happen with needles in your mouth. But I'm not going to repeat any of that.
Well, yeah.
Years ago, one of our old dogs swallowed a needle.
Oh,
And
really?
it actually got jammed in the back of his throat, up and down, so I could reach in and actually pull it out.
Oh,
That
gosh.
could have been awful. You know, some dogs just eat anything, don't they?
Yeah. So where the back of the front have been put together, we're going to match up those seams there. So that's it is quite complicated, this. I'm just going to hand press that. And then we're going to match up those kind of seams so they're aligned and they will run on the inside along the same line. So you've got the yoke piece here, that's the collar, and the collar is actually underneath here. So we're encasing all of this raw edge, so you won't see any of this when you're finished.
Okay.
So this bit's the complicated bit, but it's nice that it's not actually putting a collar in the traditional way.
Yeah.
Because that can actually scare people. Please don't let this scare you. Things happen live on air, and you just have to get on with it.
Yeah, we can't do a lot of editing when
No.
it's live.
No, I wish. Elliot, can that happen? No.
Live editing.
Yeah, live editing, that'd be great, wouldn't it?
You could probably send you all fuzzy,
You can send me fuzzy, yeah?
so nobody can see what you're doing. It's one of those things, I think, the first time you do this, it's going to take you a while.
Yeah.
And as soon as you turn it through, the penny drops with a big clang.
Oh yeah, absolutely. The other day when it did drop, it's such a lovely moment, isn't it?
Yeah.
When that penny goes,
Yeah.
okay, I get it. And then it's been a few days since you've done it, so you're like, oh, I've forgotten how to do that already. So all the way to the end, I'll just
Do
show
you
you.
remember the first thing you ever sewed?
Do I remember? Oh gosh. Pair of curtains on a hand crank singer.
Oh, really?
Yeah, with my mum, actually. Yeah, when I was probably
Oh.
about 7 or 8. Right. So let's just lay that out just so we can kind of see what's going on. Get rid of some paraphernalia. So as you can see, there are the front bits. So the button stand or the reverse collar is on the inside. That's why it looks a bit funny. We will turn that through when it's sewn. And then that's the inside yoke, and then that will go eventually like that.
Right.
But we'll sew this and hope for the best. The sewing gods, help me now. I would probably go from the middle as well, just so it will kind of be nice and even. So it's 1.5 centimetres in. I am going to backstitch here just to secure that, because we're going to do one half, turn it around, then do the other half.
Right. Do you always work in centimetres?
Yeah, yeah. Well, I did a quilt recently. My
did
first,
you?
well, my first ever lap quilt. Because I thought, oh, I'm going to give it a go, because it's just straight sewing, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's not as easy as what people make out, is it really? And yeah, I finished it. It's not the best. Maybe next time I'm in, I'll bring it in, show
Yeah, it'd
you.
be nice to see that.
Yeah. But yeah, it's the dogs love it. If you go to my social media, there's a picture of Clarky just kind of wrapped up in this new quilt. Yeah.
Oh.
I use a lot of the Tula pink fabrics as well. They're nice and vibrant.
I think it's quite strange. If I'm dressmaking, I'm centimetres. If for most of the things, I'm inches.
Well, quilting's a lot of...
Quilting's mainly
it
inches,
is,
yeah.
isn't it? Yeah.
But if I'm buying fabric, I buy it by the metre, but I'll measure it in inches. So it's kind of it's a bit odd. I wouldn't dream of buying a yard of fabric these days. That sounds a bit strange.
Yeah, it's a bit weird, yeah.
But we still measure in inches. So we're
But that's how a lot of
multilingual.
people sell the fabric as well. Like, especially for quilting, I've noticed, in a yard, isn't it?
Yeah,
Well, certainly in America anyway.
America.
Yeah.
Is tea ready?
What was that noise? Oh, the sewing gods don't love me today. I just kind
Are
of...
you running out of bobbin thread? Is it one of those?
It shouldn't be, because I wound a whole fresh one on before I came on. We're just going to backstitch there as well. Let's see, I've pinned this the wrong way around now to go the other way, but we'll just carry on. So I'm just going to do the other half. Mark, what was that beeping noise?
I was going to say, talking about the other half,
Yeah.
he hasn't.
got
Dominic's
back to
cat's
us.
ears pricked up then. No, he hasn't got back. He obviously doesn't know how the needle up down works. That's it, have got back.
Yeah, I'm sure. Do you know, it's one of those things where, you know, when you get a new machine and it's all exciting, and on this machine there's like 400 and something stitches, you try and discover as much as you can, but there's always stuff you're still learning about.
Yeah.
Especially with this one, it's a great machine, but it's got loads of different functions on it. You can program the feet down here to do all sorts of things, and sadly we just don't have the time at the moment to. Maybe we should read the cover from back to front and, you know, sideways, just to get it in our heads. Because ideally you want the needle to stay in when you're stopping sewing. In an ideal world. Mine does it. I've got the Juki QVP 2200, I think it is. And there's no screen or anything on that one, so I'm in that way I'm quite old-fashioned when it comes to. These are great, but I like just a straight stitch and an overlocker.
To be honest, with my machine, it's got hundreds of stitches. I probably use 4.
Oh really?
But I bought it mainly because of the speed. I wanted a quick machine.
How many does it do? A lot of stitches per minute then?
I think it's about 1200.
Oh wow, that is
So
fast.
it's, yeah, a nice fast one. And I could still do it with being faster. I fancy a straight stitch machine.
Yeah, you should get the QVP is a really good one.
Is
the
it?
Juki one, yeah. I mean, obviously, I don't know if you use a certain brand, but you know, with Juki all the way. But
Yeah.
it's great. It's
Okay.
semi-industrial as well. So, right, that's on now. As you can see, we've got the inside yoke now attached to the collar and at the shoulder seams, and just turn that round. Use the prim tool.
So now it makes sense.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. So ideally as well, you would press this out so it's nice and crisp on the edges. It's a loose thread there.
Mark says, you can alter the setting to tell the needle to stop up or down, but
Yeah.
off the top of my head, I can't recall the options to select. In short, someone's been fiddling.
Oh, who's been fiddling with this machine? No, it's fine. We don't need it now. I've muddled through, Mark. I've muddled through.
Yeah, you're too late, Mark. We asked you half an hour ago.
I will give that a quick press, actually. Because it is important to press your seams down. I always like to press them down. So, can we do an overhead on that, just so we can kind of appreciate the work? There we go.
Take a moment.
Take a moment and just let it sink in. Ooh, there we go. Right. So what we need to do now is, so if you can see the yoke is kind of, it's wanting to lean towards that shoulder seam here for the front. So what we're going to do is we're going to pull those together. So you're turning it wrong sides together. This is where it gets a bit tricky also. 10 minutes, we're all good. And you sew as far as you can up into that. It's hard to, it's the word that I wouldn't know how to describe. But I'll sew it and we'll see, so you can see it.
Have a look in your break, but Catherine says, what does the number 9 lever on the do on the end of the Juki? It's got a down arrow.
Oh, that's for the automatic threader.
Oh, that, okay.
Yeah. It's not that one. Thank you, Catherine. I wish it was that one. But I will have a look in the break and I will figure it out, because that's going to frustrate me. So now we're sewing all of the shoulder seams together, so they're all on the inside. Now you would have already sewn the front and backs together, but now we're sewing the inside yoke on the inside, and you go, like I said, you go as far as you can. When I get some time, I will actually do a detailed step-by-step instruction of this, because it's a really, really nice way of finishing a shirt in general. So once, like we said earlier, once the penny drops, it drops, and you won't turn back and do any other way when it works. So now all that's been encased in. Does that? There we go. So we've got the collar here, we've got the front built-in facing for the revered collar. There we go.
Another moment to take.
Another moment. We give that a press. There's loose threads in there because I unpicked earlier, so we'll just ignore those. We're okay for time, aren't we? Yeah. Well, kind of. And again, we'll do that on the other side, the same on the other side. Did Elliot have enough time to take that in? I didn't even look. Sorry, Elliot. Do it the right way. Right sides together. Well, right side to wrong side because it's on the inside now that we're sewing.
Okay. Fabric-wise, this has been your favourite one so far, the stripy one.
Yeah, I love this fabric. It's nice.
And you're £25.99 for 3.5 metres there as well, which is a good deal. It's like pale peach, lemon, greens, all on a white background. And it's called Vintage Bobby. I have no idea why.
I suppose it's the kind of vintagey colours, isn't it?
Now, who's Bobby?
Yeah, who's Bobby?
Who's
Is the Bobby
Bobby?
the designer?
The second most popular is this Green Autumn Leaves.
Oh, is it really? That's lovely.
So now Kat's putting together an outfit for you, so she's put her fashion head on, and she's thinking black pair of jeans or even a light coloured pair of jeans would
Oh
look very
yes,
nice with
very
this
nice,
shirt.
very nice.
White linen trousers for the summertime.
Yeah. Oh, this shirt's going to be finished. I'm going to make a pair of white shorts with it. It's going to go lovely, and with a tan as well.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, when we can.
Where are you going to go to get a tan?
Well, the UK, by the sounds of it.
Oh, we've got lots of new customers this hour. Hello.
Hello, hello.
Welcome along to Sewing Street. It's not like this every day.
It's really
Sundays are special days.
Sundays are special days, especially when we're faced with being snowed in. I can get this shirt finished.
That's just true.
We could just stay on all day, couldn't we? Debbie's like, nah.
No.
Okay, so hopefully that's enough. And that's the other side done. Now I wanted to talk really quickly, if I may, about encasing all of this in.
Because you did say you're not going to see any raw edges on the
No.
didn't you?
So the burrito method, you've heard of this,
Oh,
haven't
is that
you?
what it's called?
Well, this is what I call it. I don't know if that's the official term. So to encase it all in, we're going to roll. This is like really quick. If you can see, we're going to roll all of that. Like a burrito.
I'm going to call it that from now on.
Yeah, up there, and then we're going to lay that out that way. Okay, need to switch that round. So because on the pattern it does tell you to hand stitch it all together, but to be quite honest with you, life's too short for that.
Yeah.
And also it would just be a stronger seam. So that's that burrito done. After you do this, you will need to give the shirt a really good press so you get all the crease marks out, because it's nicer to work with an uncreased, unfinished piece, just so you can get it nice and crisp. So this bit here, if you can see that, is the bottom of the inside yoke. This bit here is the yoke on the outside. So what we're going to do is we're going to pin these together, making sure that we're removing any of the rolled up burrito out of the way, because you do not want to catch that, because your whole shirt will just be a burrito, basically. And then we're going to sew that together.
Louise says, well done, Clive. You've inspired me to try dressmaking, and you remained relaxed and calm even when the gremlins came out.
The gremlins did come out. The machine was beeping and all sorts.
And Derek says, snowed in. Beautiful blue skies in the south of Scotland.
Oh, lovely.
No sign of snow.
We have got a few minutes. I'm going to get this done and pull it out just so you can see. Because this method is the best method. I learned how to do this at university. And it saves you having to hand stitch. Which, like I said before, hand stitching's nice when you've got time, but if you haven't got any time, then really you want to be just quick, but not this quick. So that just needs easing in slightly there, because it is a curved edge, this one as well, for the yoke. So it just needs a slight bit of ease.
Jeannie's with us this morning, loving your shirt.
Oh, thank you very much.
She says it's the first time she's ever emailed it.
Oh,
Carry on.
Thank you for joining us, even though the gremlins did get me today.
They get me every week I'm here. I've come to expect it these days.
Right, let's just see. There we go. That's a shirt. And then we're going to sew along that line there. With this, I'm just going to go in a centimetre, just so I'm making sure that I'm not catching the other side. And then you can press it out when it's done.
Catherine's messaged in as well. She says it's page 46 in the manual.
Thank you, Catherine.
We're going to get you a manual.
Yeah, please.
Oh, sorry, page 48.
48.
Oh.
Okay.
I do love this method. I can't remember where I first saw it. It certainly wasn't in pattern instructions. It might have been a YouTube video.
Have you never heard it called the burrito?
I've never heard it called
No.
burrito. No.
I'm sure there is a technical term, but you're not going to get that from me today. Not with my brain. Obviously, when you're stitching along, just make sure that you're kind of keeping all that nice filled burrito out of the way, and it's all going smoothly. But knowing the gremlins today, they are not going to make this work. No, they will, they will. Positive thinking, that's what we need. Send me the positive sewing angels, please. Obviously at home you're going to have a lot more time to do this. Just take your time, and if you are not confident in doing this, I will at some point get round to doing a step by step. picture.
I'm with you on your advice earlier on as well. If you do get frustrated with something, walk away. Because when you come back, it's never seems quite so difficult.
No,
second time
have a
round.
cup of tea, relax, a biscuit. A biscuit always helps, doesn't it? Now, immediately, I can see a couple of pin tucks, but that's because time is of the essence. Okay.
So just for Derek, Kat's taken a picture of the snow outside.
Ah. So we're going to pull all this
So
out
this-
now. Pull the burrito through. Don't be this rough. I'm under time pressure. Need Joe Lycett to come in and shout 2 minutes sewers, don't we?
Look at that. Oh, I love this.
There we go.
It's so satisfying when you turn it through. Perfect.
Done.
So no raw edges on the inside at all. No hand sewing.
No hand sewing. You can even top stitch that down as well on the other side, which I'd already done. But Anyway, there it is.
No, it's brilliant. Thank you very much.
And we'll wear that like a cape. And obviously side seams, the sleeves. I was going to do the sleeves, but we never got around to that. Anyway.
So we're going to have a look at sleeves in the next show, won't we?
Yes, for the dress.
Lovely.
Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
No, thank you.
See you again in an hour.
Yes, you will do.
Page 48 on the manual.
I'm going to go and have a coffee or a vodka.
Or both.
Yeah.
Let me give you a reminder of the pattern. We've got the XL to triple XL, which has been your most popular one so far. And you don't see many unisex patterns, do you?
No, it's quite nice. It's for both. Yeah, it's brilliant.
Yeah. So short sleeves, long sleeves or no sleeves for the ladies or for the gentlemen. And that is £10.49 is your price there. We also have it in small to large. Again, have a look on the website if you're ordering that way, and that'll give you the details of the sizes that these go for. Just really quickly, if you're going for the smaller size, it's 34 to 44 on the chest or bust size, and on the larger sizes, it's 46 through to 56 on the chest or bust size there. So again, £10.49 each of those. Let me give you a reminder of the fabrics that we have for you as well. So the stripy fabric that Clive was using is this one. So a nice summery, springtime, classic stripe of fabric in fresh colours. So, Kat's got a fashion head on, a nice grey jumper over the top, she said, with a V-neck. Like, you could have a tank top. £25.99 is 3.5 metres, which is plenty enough to do the double XL. So, and you're going to have lots of fabric left over if you're doing a smaller size, so you can start making masks to match. And we do have the interfacing for you as well. This is an iron-in Viliseline interfacing. You will need 2 packets of this if you're going to make the shirt with it, but it's the right weight for the fabric that we're using. So if you don't have any already, pop that on your order. It's just £2.99 there. So, now I did say Kat's been taking pictures of the snow. Have a look what it's like in Redditch. So, I was going to put my weather girl head on, but I never was. I did apply to do it anyway. Look at that.
Oh no.
I mean, that's got to be inches deep, Clive, isn't it?
Yeah. I'm going to go build a snowman.
I think you should.
No, I need to read that book, don't I?
Well, we're going to be doing a bit of bag making after the break, so do stay with us if you can. So it's go and put the kettle on time again, and we'll see you again in about 3 minutes' time.
Bye.
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Hi, I've been asked to do a little bit of an introduction about me, so here goes for Sewing Street. I'm Sally Ann Harrison. I'm based in the UK in Bristol. I lived here all my life, apart from a short stint in North Carolina where I lived for 3 years from 2000 to 2003. I specialise in patchwork and quilting. I'm a complete patchwork and quilting addict. I love small piecing, I love wool applique, all forms of applique, and I also like making small little crafty projects. How did I get into sewing? Well, I've sewn all my life. I remember the first thing I ever made was like a little bikini top from one of my mother's old overalls when I was about 9. I got married when I was about 20, 21 and started making curtains at that time. So I was a curtain maker for a long period of time. But it was in 2000 when I moved to the US that I really got into quilting big time. I discovered a local patchwork and quilting store. I took classes. I made loads of quilts. I made some fantastic friends. I met a great tutor called Michelle May. And by the time I left, I was actually beginning to exhibit in 2003. So that's how I got into doing what I do. Tell us something unexpected about yourself. Well, one of the strange things about me is that I'm the world's worst knitter. I can do most crafts. I crochet, I do punch needle, I do obviously patchwork and quilting and dressmaking, but knitting, the pins go in all sorts of weird directions. I have to concentrate. If anybody rings the doorbell, I can't stop mid-row. I am the world's worst knitter. Sewing tips to share with viewers. It's got to be the beard trimmer trick. I mean, why use an unpicker when you can use a beard trimmer to take out the seams that you've sewn incorrectly? It's just the best tip ever, I reckon. And a claim to fame. Probably my claim to fame based on my sewing career was that in 2017 I was invited to the Houston Quilts Festival, the International Quilts Festival, and it was there that I demonstrated some wool applique. It was a fantastic experience, and if anyone's debating going to the International Quilt Festival next year, go. It is absolutely fabulous. And that's a bit about me. Thank you very much for listening.
Hello there, welcome back again. Now, this hour, it's all about the bags. We've got a lot of bag patterns, we've got fabric for bags, we've got new bows off for you, we've got hardware and accessories. I love bag making. I've got so many bags I don't use them all, but I just love taking fabric that's 2-dimensional and making something 3-dimensional that's useful, that has lots of pockets on it that I can coordinate with my outfit and that is achievable as well. I think a lot of people that are brand new to sewing start off with bag making because it's not fitted, there's no darts in there, you don't have to have zips and things like that, so they can be very simple. One of the questions I get asked a lot about is interfacing, stabiliser, foams, fusible fleeces, sewings, fusibles, interlinings. It's all a very confusing world. But we're just talking about bag making at the moment, so I'm going to take you through some of the foams and fleeces that I use. Now, my favourite for bag making is single-sided fusible bosal. And the reason I like the bosal ones, I haven't used any of the manufacturers, so I'm not kind of dissing anything. But the reason I like the bosal is because I can blast it with steam to make it adhere to my fabric. A lot of interfacings and fusibles don't like steam. You have to be very careful with them because the fabric can pucker. But bosal loves steam. Now when you get it home, it's going to be all creased like this. What I suggest you do is just give it a blast of steam over the top and you'll see all of these wrinkles just disappear away. With the single-sided, the rough side is the glue, and then you've got the smooth side. So this is going to go on the back of your fabric. So whenever possible, and I'll explain what I mean by that in a bit, you're going to put your fabric over the top of the bosal, smooth it out, iron your fabric first so you're not putting creases on there, and then blast of steam, start from the centre and go out. Don't press the fabric so hard that you're going to twist it, but just glide the iron with full steam across there until it sticks. If you do get any wrinkles while the fabric is still warm, you can peel it away, lay it back down and start all over again. The foam is about 1/4 of an inch in thickness, so it'll give you a good stability for your bag. It'll make it firm enough to actually stand up, but it's easy to sew through. You don't have to cut it back to the seam. You can just sew it as a seam, as normal. That's entirely up to you. Now this is by the 1/2 metre, so if you ordered 1/2 metre, it's 150 centimetres wide, which is very wide, and then 1/2 metre in length. But because it's by the 1/2 metre, if you wanted more, then it will come all in one section. I don't know why you'd want more for one project, but if you're stocking up, it will come all in, just to let you know, all in one piece. Not just for bag making. If you're making storage boxes, you'll have a box that'll stand alone that's still easy to sew with. So maybe if you can make cat beds with it. If you put this around the sides to make it stand up, that would work. But it will give a really substantial professional finish, certainly to your bag making as well, but it's really easy to use. So that's single-sided. We have a double-sided. So this means that you've got the adhesive on both sides. Now, I wouldn't use this for bag making unless I'm finishing the top of the bag with bias binding, because this is going to glue to both pieces. So if you're making any kind of bag that you need to bag out, or in other words turn the whole thing inside out, you won't be able to turn this inside out because it's stuck to the fabric on both sides. However, if you do stick lining to outer fabric, you'll have the raw edges around the top, that's fine, finish with bias binding. But this is ideal particularly for placemats. So fabric on both sides, and then again put your binding around the edge to finish the edge. And again for storage boxes, perfect. It's the same thickness as the single-sided. You still use steam to stick it, but remember you won't be able to turn things inside out. So that's £11.99, and again it's by the 1/2 metre, and it's 150 wide. So I'm going to put that one to one side because I'm going to use that in a bit. And then we have the sewing. So this has no adhesion, no eye. Well, give it a blast of steam again because it's very creased up when you get it home. That's absolutely fine. So blast of steam just over there to take those away. And this one you will sew into the seam. Now, if you wanted to buy this one to sew in, and then when you get it home you think, oh, I should have gone for the fusible, I want to stick it, use your 505 spray. Or your 606 spray if you wanted the adhesion to be permanent as well. That's only £10.99. Sandra's asked if both is washable. Yes, it is. We recommend, as with any fabrics that you buy, cool wash, so no more than 30 degrees. To be honest, I don't wash bags. I'd spot clean them. So I've never actually put both all through a washing machine because I don't make the kind of product. I mean, metal hardware on a bag, you wouldn't put it in the wash. But if you wanted to just damp it and give it a clean that way. But no need to wash before use or anything like that. It's polyester, so it's not going to shrink or anything like that. So those are the 3 bosols, each one by the 1/2 metre. So if you did want to make something huge, maybe a play mat or something, then it will come to you all in one piece, the more that you order as well. Shall we mention 8640 while we're here as well? Because that's another one that I like to use. So those are foams, okay? This is a fleece. It's not a fleece like a fleecy jacket that you'd wear. It's a polyester wadding, basically. Again, you've got around about 1/4 of an inch in thickness, or 6 centimetres deep. But this is softer. The knobbly bits are adhesive, so this is single-sided fusible wadding. It'll give you a firmness to the bag, but it's very, very soft. So this isn't going to stand up on its own like the foam would do. But if you're making a smaller bag, if it's a cosmetic bag or you're making a purse or something like that, then you might find this useful. I made a wallet yesterday and used this on the outer layer just so it wasn't floppy. But the foam would have been too stiff for a smaller project like that. So that's when I'd use it. And it also stops stretchy fabric from giving. So if you are making a bag, we had the question earlier on about fabrics for making bags with. I can't remember who it was, sorry. If you've got a very fine fabric, you can stick this to the back of your fabric to make it more substantial. I wouldn't normally use viscose for making a bag with, but if that's the fabric that you've fallen in love with, viscose will twist and it's fluid and it's going to spill off the table. But if you stick some of this on the back of it, it stops it all from moving. It stabilizes the fabric. So you can kind of get away with fabrics that wouldn't be ideal. These are pre-cut pieces. They measure about 1 metre square, I think. And so if you order more than one, they will come cut. Okay, they're already cut. Won't come in one big piece. So those are those are my favourites. I'd have the single-sided fusible and the H640. Those are what I use most of all for bag making anyway. We've got my Madison bag kits. We've got a couple of these left. In here, let me get the limited edition one down for you so you can see the frame. Then I don't have to open them all up. There is everything that you need. Now this fabric has trees on it. You'll get the top fabric, the bottom fabric, the lining fabric, the frame, and these the 1-inch swivel clasps to attach the handle, strap. And there's embroidery thread in there as well. But I do have a cheats way of making this. It's a sew-in frame, but I don't sew it in. I'll show you that in just a second. So this is the grey trees. You can do those either way around. You could have the dark at the top and the light at the bottom. That's entirely up to you. I like the light at the top and the darker fabric so the bottom doesn't get mucky as quickly, basically. So everything that you need in there for £44.99. So that's the trees. And then we have the limited edition. So there's H630 in this one, which is the same as H640, but a little bit finer. And this is what I meant. This has got more fancy, more chunky swivel clasps on this one. Same frame. Your fabric is the cotton on the top and you have a metallic faux leather on the base. Lining fabric's included and embroidery thread. However, what I do is to thread the embroidery, this is all in the instructions, thread the embroidery thread through the holes first of all, so it looks like it's sewn, and then I glue it in with my HT2 glue. I just find it quicker, I find it neater, you don't see any of the stitches through the frame on the inside of the bag, and it's not as fiddly. Sometimes sewing these frames in can be a little bit fiddly. So again, all of your instructions, everything included in there. And don't worry about using glue on frames like this. There is no way that's going to come out. I did try and reuse a frame once by trying to pull this out and the fabric tore. The glue didn't tear, the fabric tore as I was trying to take it out. Just be careful not to get the glue onto your faux leather, onto the top of it, because it'll stain. If it's on the frame, that's fine. You can kind of scratch it off, that's fine there. The glue, by the way, sells out really quickly. The number of times I've come to do a show on Sewing Street, and this has been on the show before we start, and by the time we get here it's all sold out again. But I think we've got loads. I think we're in the hundreds with it, if I'm right. We've got loads. So you can multi-order. It's £5.95. I am going to be using that to make a purse shortly. So I'll show you how good that is. I should have asked for some tweezers actually. Have we got any tweezers knocking about? Anyway, that's for later. To help with the bag frame. So again, stock up on this. It's the strongest glue for putting frames, fabric into frames. I use it to, I'm mending straps here, look. On straps, if I'm doing something like this, that one's actually glued. I didn't even sew on that one. That was just for speed's sake. That is not going to come apart. It'll tear the fabric before that strap comes apart. So that's strong enough to actually glue a handle on. But if I'm sewing this as well, I'll put a little dot of glue in the centre. Don't sew over the glue, you'll break a needle. A little bit of glue in the centre, leave it to dry and then sew around the edge is what I normally do here. If I'm sewing buttons on to something like a toy, maybe buttons for eyes, I'll put a little bit of glue behind the buttons so that small fingers can't pull them off. And things like trim on upholstery, if you're adding trim to a stool or a chair that you've just covered, use your Gutermann glue. It's really, really strong. It dries clear It is a little bit runny, so just be aware that when you're finished with it, put the lid back on again, otherwise it'll just pour out, just to warn you. But multi-order on those while we've still got them. Oh, who's made 5 Madisons? That's Mandy. Made 5 for family and friends. Oh, I'm glad you like it. It's one of my favourite styles of bags. I think it's really elegant. Anyway, that's your glue. What should we have a look at next? We have a pile of books, all from the same author. She's been very busy, this one. 3 of them are the Builder Bag books. Those are all a little bit different. This one is Half Yard Bags and Purses. That's one of my favourite books. There are 12 bags and 12 purses to match the bags. So you've got 24 projects in here altogether for your £11.99. It's a big book, this one. And these are the kind of things that you can make. Half Yard basically is a whole range of books that I've written, all using half a yard or less of fabric. I cheated on that one, to be honest. That's a big bag, but there's half a yard on the outside and half a yard on the inside, so I thought I could get away with that one. Messenger, I know that's been a popular bag. I've seen so many people's pictures of the Messenger bag, but let's have a quick flick through. So we had that one somewhere, didn't we? Might be in my bag somewhere. I've got the brown suede one with a matching purse as well. But every one of the bags has a matching purse. Oh, thank you. There you go. That's the Messenger bag. So it kind of folds over to one side and it just ties with a cord like so. Nice, isn't it? But when it opens up, I've got that in a knot, look. It makes for a really big bag. So you could have it like a tote. Because what you can do with the handle, you can either have it on the side here, you can put clips on there, or you can open that up and you can have it going from one side to another. That's entirely up to you. But it's just a little bit different. And again, there is a matching purse to go with each one of the bags in here. So lots of, oh, there's a purse, look. Show you how to make a pattern for a purse frame. I'm going to do that live in a bit. But I'll just flick through some of the projects for you. That's the matching purse for the Messenger bag. All decked out, so that's my holiday bag. With a matching little purse as well. That one's nice as well. I've got some really thick felt, it's about 1/4 of an inch thick, and hand sewed that one. With, again, matching purse. That's a Messenger bag. So we booked a professional model, in fact 2 for this book. And this young lady, no relatives on this one, had literally just had a baby about 3 weeks before. Look at the shape of her for just had a baby 3 weeks ago. So she brought the baby, and I used her in my baby book as well. May as well take advantage of the whole family. And the other young, oh, that's a nice one as well. It's got a strap around the back that slips over the handle of your suitcase, and it's got a passport thing as well. So big enough for a laptop in that one too. Oh, I like that one. That's my ladies' day bag. Bit posh, that one. That was using lace over the top of the PU leather. So I used 505 spray to spray it onto the lace and then just stuck it down. So, and the matching purse. This one was actually using Decaville. So that's a really kind of stiff bag. We've got that on the website too. That one was a little bit different. A tote for craft items. There's an accordion purse in there as well. It's nice to have the measurements for those. I get quite a few questions about accordion purses. This is a nice technique to make the little hexagon roses. You could use that in a quilt or a table runner or something as well. Using up leftover threads to make your own fabric there to decorate this one. I want to show, that's my model. We've just had the baby. And then we haven't got big pictures, but this young lady here is my best friend's future daughter-in-law. That's Sally. So yeah, they're getting married in July this year. That's all exciting. And I think she's pregnant. Yeah. Anyway, So I haven't used family for this one, but very close friends. So this is your half-yard bags and purses. Again, that's a big book. And then just really quickly, because I know you've seen these before, my builder bag books. These are something a little bit unusual. If you're a beginner bag maker, then these are going to be perfect for you, because there's no patterns in here. There's templates. So if I take this one out, I'll just take one out because it looks like they're all new, and open it up. There we go. There's 15 bag projects in here, and every project is made with the same template, which is that. So the book comes out of the folder if you wanted it to. It's quite nice to have it in the folder because you've got the elastic that goes around here, which you can then use as a bookmark for whatever page you're on. Each one of the projects, when you first start, this is the template, and it's highlighted which part of the template you're going to use. So on this one, if I get the template the same way around, there we go, I'm going to use all of this area and the little corner piece here, and that's the pocket there, and that's the flap that goes over the top of the pocket. It's all written on here. The templates are transparent, so you can fussy cut. You can see exactly where you're going to cut. If you've got a pattern fabric, you can see through it. And then all you do is draw through here. These are placed on fold, draw through them, and then cut out. And they're wiped clean. So you can reuse these over and over again. So from that one template, at least 15 bags you're going to be able to make. The nose and eye shape here are for the teddy bear one. I did make a panda out of these as well. We've actually got the teddy bear bag, a spotty one, on the shelf, you might have noticed earlier. There we go. So that's the nose, the eyes, the shape here, and the ears if you wanted to make that particular bag. But there are different styles of backpacks. Some of them have got a gusset like this one and a zip around them. There's drawstring backpacks. There's a spotty bag, look. Cute, isn't it? Do like those. So that's a patch pocket with a bear face on the front. But there's drawstring versions. There's lots of different styles of bags in there, lots of different fabrics too. That's using, again, the grey PU. We don't have grey on the show, but we do have the fabric. So there's Spotty Bear, look. And there he is. Cute, isn't it? So all the books work in the same way. The satchels, so that's the backpacks. I'll just put that back in there. The actual instructions for each project are quite simple. At the front of the books, and I'll show you that on satchels, shall we? There's different techniques. So same template, there's one template that's folded in half. At the front of each of the books, there will be how to do zips. So you've actually got a template on there to draw around for a zip hole, and how to put pockets in as well. So I don't see the point in wasting pages on showing you how to put a zip pocket into every single project. So I'll show you how to do a zip pocket, and then you can put this into any one of the projects, whether it's on the outside or the inside, or whether you want to put a pocket on a flap. If you wanted to add bias binding, hardware is on there as well. What happens when things go wrong? I've put an oops section. My curves aren't curvy, and my fabric's too thick, and my gusset panels, it's just ended up too long, and my templates keep slipping, and my fabric's all floppy. So I've answered some of your questions there, and these are the kind of satchels that you can make. So the smallest is about that big, and the largest is probably the size of this book, maybe even a little bit bigger. So lots of sizes for you in there. And again, different styles of satchels for you. In fact, some of them aren't really, see that's the little one, aren't really technically satchels. I just want to show how versatile the, see like that one, that's a 2-dimensional, there's no gusset in that one, and it's got bias binding around it. But I just want to show you the versatility of the templates. You can create so many different styles of bags. That's the biggest one. So these are, we've got two of the mannequins actually with a couple of the bags. So we've got the mustardy coloured one. Where's that gone? I did see it somewhere. I thought I saw it somewhere. Maybe not. And we've got this one on a mannequin as well. So where's my mustard one? There you go, that's the one. So that's just got a single buckle in the centre. Again, your HT2 glue. You could faux stitch around the buckles and then glue them on. And that's going to be really sturdy. So that's your satchels book. 15 projects in there as well. And then we've got the tote bags. Now the tote bag is a little bit different with the templates because with totes, so that's a backpack and a satchel. With the tote, you get 2 templates in here. The reason being, the tote bags, and I did an occasion bags book as well, were the first books that we brought you with these type of templates. We managed to find a little bit of advanced technology to be able to produce larger templates for the other 2 bags. But there are 2 templates in here. Satchels and backpack have 1 template folded in half, so you can make even bigger bags. So not the hugest of tote bags, but again, lots of different techniques, whether you're making bows or patchwork. That's a nice one. This has actually got 2 pockets that are joined together, but you don't see any stitching onto how they're joined. Love making those. There's beach bags, quilting techniques. That one folds away into itself. So it folds away to that, but it opens out to that. Little matching purses as well. These are all using the template. So again, just to show you how versatile those templates are. And again, you've got different techniques of making up the bags as well. So that's tote bags at £11 and 99 pence. Says £15.99 on here. You're lucky I'm kind. Well, I've got any say in the matter, to be honest. Right. And then we have canvas. I love this canvas. Haven't seen it for a while, actually, have we? It used to be on every one of my shows. Every show on a Sunday morning when I come in would be canvas and faux leathers. I said, what is your favourite? I know it is. And we've got some lovely colours as well. A canvas, it feels like linen. So it doesn't feel like the canvas, you know, that you're going to paint on. It's not that kind of canvas. So it is the kind of fabric that you could use if you are making trousers. Summer weight trousers would be nice. Jackets lined or unlined would be nice in this one as well. I love the colours. And it's only £3.99 for half a metre, which is, I think, a very fabulous price. I'm thinking this is 150 wide as well. Let me have a... No, it's not. It's 112. And colour-wise, this looks like heather to me, doesn't it? We're calling it lavender, but it's a deep colour. I think it's beautiful. £3.99 for half a metre. So they will be joined up. If you're going to go for any of my half-yard books, then plenty in there. We have the grey. I tell you what I like. I'd go for 2 because grey and cream. How classy is that? Anyway, skipping ahead. Sorry, is this one charcoal? Right, that's, oh, now then, let me check which one's which. GML J30, this one. This one's charcoal. It's a slightly warmer grey than the pewter, just to show you the difference between the two. They're both grey, but that's slightly warmer and that's slightly cooler. So that one is charcoal, £3.99, and that one is your pewter, again at £3.99. Maureen says, which bag would I start with if I've never made a bag before? Tote bags is going to be the easiest one. And there is an incredibly simple bag in here that I think I've called the Simple Tote, which is the first one of the projects, which is, where are you? That one. A really, really easy tote, no zips or anything, but the corners are turned up with a button on, so it's just something a little bit different. So I'd start there. Personally, look at the colour of this. Coral, isn't that a gorgeous colour? Actually, could do. So there's coral. And then we have We're calling it cream. This one has the flecks of the cotton seed pods in there. So it gives a very organic, rustic kind of finish. Like vanilla pods, isn't it? Buy the half metre again at £3.99. And then finally, we're calling this teal because it's teal to me. And again at £3.99 for half a metre. Hi Peggy, Peggy's messaged in. I bought a fabric and book, well done. And is sitting taking notes. Thank you for being a great, oh thank you, thank you. If she could, she'd send me an apple. Oh. Right, we have some purse frames for you. And these are glue-in. So let's start with the largest one. So is this should be an 8-inch, is it? 10 centimetres, 19 centimetres. Which is this one. So it's a kiss clasp. And I'm taking it out. Don't look at me doing this with Clive's scissors, will you? So I'll make something with this one. I've taken it out, shall I? And you've got the little loops on the side, so you could put a strap on there. You can either hook a chain on there, or you could use the little lobster claw clasps or swivel snaps to attach a handle to that as well. But a nice secure fastening on that one. But it is glue-in, which is perfect because that's what we're going to do in a bit. So that one is your 19 centimetres for £3.99. And then you've got the 13 centimetre one. That's quite sweet, isn't it? And that one is just £2.99. You can multi-order those, you know. I wouldn't spend £2.99 with £3.95 postage myself. But if you're going to go for this, you're going to need some fabric. You're going to need some interfacing. I'd go for the H640 for this one, not the Bosal, because the Bosal's too thick for it. And you're still going to need your glue. Whichever one of these frames you're buying, you're going to need your glue. And then finally, we have a little one. There's a little one. It's only £1.99. H640 for this one, not the foam. And this one measures 8 centimetres across. You can make a bag or a purse bigger than you think from that one as well. I shall show you that with my large frame that I'm going to use. So, shall we do it? Let's do it. I'm going to use the single-sided fusible. I've got my iron on. I haven't got much steam, but we'll be fine. I'm going to use, can I use some of the PU? Is there any particular colour I can use? So I'm asking Kat, my producer, not everybody at home. I can use, but I don't want to use black. I don't want black. I'll use the mustard. I'll use the mustard one. I like the mustard. Have a look at the price of your mustard. It's only £5.99 a half metre. Shouldn't be that much. Should be more than that. Oh, if you want this, order it now. It's 150 wide. 140 wide, I think, this one. And all of the PUs have got a knitted back to them, so they have a little bit of give, which makes them comfortable if you're going to make garments out of them, which you can do. Again, recommended very cool wash. I've actually washed this at 40-degree wash before now, and it's been fine. And it's really easy to use as well. Now, you could do with a walking foot or a non-slip foot on your sewing machine if you're going to top stitch it. I'm not going to with this one. I'm going to sew from the inside, so I don't need anything special. And you don't need a special needle to sew with it. Right, let us... I've got that. I need a lining as well. I've got some plain... Shall I use some of the plain fabric? Shall I use some of that? So I'm just going to, a cotton for the lining would be fine. I don't know what that is, but any old cotton, any old cotton. So let's start here by designing my bag. Normally I'd do this on paper first, but just to make it a little bit quicker, I'm going to go directly onto the back of the fabric. So I'm going to need to stand up, start. A marking tool, so I'm going to use my chalks. I'm going to need some scissors and my ruler. Got my early bird ruler there, that's still available. So I've got blue chalk in here, which is fine. So I can do this on paper first of all, and then you've always got your template for future use. And this is the same with any of the other frames, so I'll show you that in just a second with these diddy ones. So what I'm going to do is to draw around the top of the frame. This is quite a big one. So from the bottom of the hinge here, around the top, around here, and around there, back down to here. So I'm drawing around the top of the frame because this fabric is going to be pushed inside, so that's where I want the fabric to end. And I'm also going to mark the centre point. I'll measure that in just a second. So I've got that. Okay, so we can join that up. And then I'm going to put this back on here, and from the centre point I'm pivoting the corner here, and I'm going to draw right there. So that's about 1.5 inches. Okay, so that's the frame. Draw around the top, pivot here, swing it out to there. Now let's measure the top of this. So I've got an 8-inch frame. So I'm going to mark 4 inches. That's my centre point there. That's going to be the shape of the top of my bag. And now I can decide what shape I want the bag to be. So I'm going to make this quite big. I'm going to come down here, and that's my centre line. And I think we'll have a slightly curved base on it, like so. So this is going to be quite big. This line here, if I draw straight down the centre, I want this to be at right angles to that, because I'm going to fold this in half and cut, and if that's not a right angle, my bag's going to go up or down in the middle. So that bit there needs to be right angled. Then, but again, you do this on paper first of all. So I'm being a bit wasteful here, but you know, you won't be at home. I'm going to fold this in half, straight down that line there, and then cut it out like so. So you can use any kind of marking tool you like. This is going to be right on the edge of the fabric, so it'll be within the seam allowance. You could use a biro if you wanted to. And it's on the back of the fabric anyway. So up to the point there, then I'm going to across the top and round like so. So that's going to be the shape of my bag, with my frame on the top like that. So I need 2 pieces like this. So I'll use this one as a template. And where's my scissors gone? And then we'll just cut around the edge. So that's an important mark, so make sure you can see that angle there. Now I'm going to put my single-sided bowsel on the back of this, but I can't iron this from the top because it's laminated and it will melt. So that's where a good blast of steam is going to come in, because I want the steam to go all the way through the foam. So, but we'll see how we get on. I'm also going to need 2 pieces of my bowsel. So let's use this template again to cut 2 pieces of this. And this is the single-sided fusible. You could use the sewing if you wanted to. And I'll need 2 pieces of lining as well. So there's one. We'll go this way because it's a little more effective. 15 minutes? Oh no. Right, we'll get the gist. It's a good demo, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, she didn't finish the demo, but I got the gist. Okay, so 2 pieces of that. I'm going to do that with that. And then we've got 2 lining pieces as well. So I could attach the single-sided to the lining and iron it on, but I like my stabilisers to be on the outside of the bag because that's the bit that you feel. So it makes the bag feel expensive and more substantial. So that's what we're going to do. So let's do that. And that. And then we'll have the iron up. Oops. There we go. So normally you'd be ironing from the fabric side. That's got a big crease in it. Look, I'm not worried about that because you can iron this out. Don't hover for too long, but you can actually use quite a hot iron and steam, and the creases just melt away. So again, your fabric's going to be creased up when you get it home, don't worry. Then this is going to go on the back here. And normally, this isn't going to work with this, it's not steamy enough. Blast of steam all the way through your foam. It's not going to work with just the heat here because it needs the steam to do it, but you get the idea. So get your big iron on this one, lots and lots of steam, and it will eventually stick. But for speed's sake for now, because we've only got 10 minutes left, I'm going to 505 it. So let's move you out of the way there. And I'm going to, where can I spray? I'm going to spray down here. Not on the dress, on the floor. There you go. So that goes on there. Always spray in a well-ventilated room and keep that spray away from your sewing machine. That's that. We have excellent aircon in here to keep us ventilated. Cat apparently used 505 spray to put the signs on the door. Do be aware, Cat, that it disappears after about 36 hours. Oh, she did hammer and drawing pin the labels to the wall in the end. I'm just going to iron that crease out of there because I won't be able to do that afterwards. Actually, you can, but be careful. So you can blast of steam from the front, but don't hover for too long because, again, it will melt if you get it too hot. Okay, that on there. Did I stick that? Yes, I did. And that goes there. So 505 will disappear after about 3 days. So it's a temporary spray. Oh, that wasn't very central, Deborah. And it's repositionable, which is really handy. There we go. Oh, that'll be fine, that'll be fine. It's like pins in a can. Right, now then, just really quickly, have we got thread in the, oh, we've got no thread in the machine. Oh, no. What I'm going to do, remember I said that these points here are really important. I'm going to take the lining piece. Now I'm not going to finish this because I want to show you putting it in the frame. Take your lining and I'm going to sew 1/4 of an inch seam allowance from that point straight across the top and back down to that point. I'm going to use clips because I don't want to stick pins in my PU. Thank you. Like that. That'll do. That's fine, thank you. Let's get some thread in this machine. Is that the right bobbin? That'll do. And we shall sew. Sorry, Elliot, did you just see me throw that thread on the floor? I've got the wrong size spool holder and everything on it. We'll be fine. here, and that, and that, and that, and that, and that, and there. Broke the thread. Try again. That's because I'm rushing, so you keep breaking the thread. Foot down, down there, round there, in there, up and out you come. And that is threaded up. Let's move that out of the way so you can see what I'm doing. And again, just sew from one of those marks to the other. Where's my foot pedal gone? Straight across the top. Just smoothing that out as I go. Back down to there, and then back down to that other point. And that's shifted a little bit, but that's fine. So I've stopped there. And then we'll do the same on the second side. Clive, I'm making ever such a mess down here for when you're in again. For more dressmaking, it's this dress coming up in the next hour. Clive's been and cleared our cars of snow outside, isn't that sweet? Okay. Oh, morning Welsh Mary. Sent a message in saying it's lovely to wake. You just got up. Lovely to wake up to us this morning. Okay, into that top side there. And back down again. Right. And then I'm going to open up the two pieces. So the outer pieces are right sides together, and one half at a time I'm going to sew from that mark that I just made, and I need to start and stop exactly on that spot. So from here all the way around the bottom and stop at that side there. And again, normally you take time. If you're going to put a zip pocket on the inside, then do that before you start putting all this together. I'm going to lengthen the stitch a little bit because I've got a lot of layers going on here and it's causing a little bit of friction, which will slow your machine down a bit. It's absolutely fine, but it makes the stitches shorter. So I've lengthened the stitch actually up to number 3, but the stitches are coming out smaller. But don't worry about sewing through the bow saw like this. It's, your machine will cope perfectly well. Although it's very thick, it's very easy to sew through. That's the way it's been designed. Okay, back down this side. Up to that point where I started, and we'll back tack there. And then we're going to turn this over. So turn those flat bits over and sew again around the lining. So that's a little bit stiff, but I folded it back on itself. Let's get those two lining pieces together and we'll sew all the way. Well, I'm not going to sew all the way around because I want to be quick. You'll need to leave a gap in the bottom so you can turn it the right side out. So I'm just going to go down the sides a little bit and then do the same on the other side. So you go all the way around but leave a turning gap. So again, let's line these side bits up. Move those out of the way, and so under you go. Just a little way down the side. Then we'll turn this the right side out. Don't snip into the seam across the top. Normally you would do on a thick seam like that. We want it to be thick. So let's turn it the right side out. I could square the base at this point as well. I think I would normally do that, but just for this we shan't. So let's turn the whole thing through. So at this point you will sew the opening in the lining closed. Pull that through there. Push out the corners. And then we're going to push the lining inside, like so, and push out all of this seam here. And then we're going to top stitch around the top, because this is going to go inside the frame and I don't want the lining rolling back. I want it all kept in place. So close to the edge. I'm going to lengthen the stitch even more on this one. If you've got a free arm on your machine, I've folded over the bow sole as well, so that is really thick. And so the free arm's useful, but I'm quite used to working without one. I don't have one on my sewing machine. And so close to the edge, about 1/8 of an inch or about 3 millimeters will do. Stop there. Can you see what I'm doing? And back into the side here, into the point, and then around the second side. So I'm just pulling the seam so it's sitting right on the top. When you've got thick fabrics like that, don't worry about this. Shove it out of the way. We're concentrating on what's going on underneath the needle. Not on this. This is just fighting back and getting argumentative, but we're having none of it. Get out of the way. Whoops, missed a bit there, doesn't matter. And then we're going here. Did we find any tweezers, by the way? So I didn't ask for tweezers. I dropped a very heavy hint. Like, I haven't got any tweezers and I could do some tweezers. So I'm going to push that inside there. And, whoa, get in there. I've just come off the edge. It really is fighting back. I think the tweezers are on the way. Into the pointy bit. And, you know, just like Clive was saying in the previous show, take your time at home. Let's go back down this side. There we go. Okay, so we've got this. Now this needs to go in here. And snip that off there. So we're going to put the glue into the frame first of all. Thank you very much. So my HT2 glue. And let's open this up. And I'm going to do 1/4 of this at a time. Don't be tempted to, oh, just stick the whole thing in all in one go. You'll end up covered in glue. And it won't be that easy to do. So I'm drizzling the glue inside the groove. Try not to get it on the frame, but it's not the end of the world if you do. Down into the side and right up to the end of the groove there. Now ideally, put the lid on, it runs. Ideally leave that for just a minute or so till it gets really tacky. And then we're going to thread 1/4, you can measure that if you wanted to, 1/4 of the bag into the frame. You've got a little bit of wiggle time. And I'm trying not to get the glue onto the actual frame. Take that off. So if you want to hold that there until it's stuck, you can always go back and put more glue in if you need to. That's going to go around the corner. Let's push that inside. This is where tweezers are useful, just pushing the fabric inside. Now this is why I wanted lots of fabric to go into the frame, because it's well and truly squished in there. So that's going to help keep it in place. So let's just keep pushing that in there like so. If you're not using bow sole and you find that you've got a bit of a gap, then if you've got some piping cord or some string, cut a piece and push it inside here. You're not going to see it. A little bit of glue on it again and then just push it inside. So that's that. Elliot's asking if I've ever glued myself to a bag. I haven't glued myself to a bag. I did glue myself to a camisole once when I was doing a fashion show on another shopping channel. And I tell you why it happened. We had a model one of my nails fell off. Nail glue came out really quickly while that's on there, glued it back on again and went to pick up the cami and I was stuck to it. And I was there for ages. But no, I haven't had a haphazard with a bag. I wore it for weeks. Right, then on to the second side of the bag here. So again, you leave that to dry thoroughly. And then that goes in there. I know we're running over a little bit, but but we don't care. Right, so that's that. And again, leave it for just a couple of minutes or so till it gets tacky. And then we'll push this side in there. Do be really careful not to get the glue on PU. If it's on the fabric, it'll kind of pick off, but on the PU, it won't. So really be very careful on this side particularly. So let's get that under there. And don't stick your tweezers through here, because you'll just end up with a hole. So let's get you into the side there. And again, take your time with this. It's not something that you need to rush at home. Sewing shouldn't be rushed, should it? It's a slow hobby. We just rush things when we've only got half an hour to make something. So again, that goes right in there. Push it in. Oh, Wendy Durrant says she's missed my demos. Right, there we go. Really? Oh, half the stock of the glue sold out. We had hundreds of those. That needs to just go back in a little bit. It will wipe off, or don't scratch with something sharp, scratch it with your nail or something soft. But if the glue gets on the frame, you can kind of rub it away, don't worry about that. Leave that to dry thoroughly. So, and it dries quite quickly, we're talking 10 minutes. And then we'll go on to the other side. Please don't come out. So again, let's move that out of the way and take my glue, quarter at a time, remember. Sorry, Clive, I'm running over. And then glue a quarter of the way around again. Whoops. To there, lid on so it doesn't run. And then we'll take the second side, push that inside there. Really trying not to get that glue on the PU side. Whoops, out you come. It get in and out. There we go. So just push it right in, jam it inside that frame, all the way around. This is just the same technique if you're going to use one of the smaller frames, but as I said earlier, I wouldn't use your bow saw on a small frame. It's going to be too thick because the frames are actually narrower. Just about in there. That needs to be pushed in a little bit more in the corner. Going in. And again, leave to dry thoroughly, like what I'm not. And then, so I've got that. Oh no, that's what happens when you don't leave it to dry thoroughly. Get in there. Oh. And then we'll put some glue in the final side. Then I'm going to give it a final jam and get it all stuck in. Like that, lid on. And push it in. Now, remember, quarter at a time and let the glue dry. Because otherwise, like this, you're going to be pulling out the first bit when you put the last bit in there. So, oh, actually, I said we've got hundreds of the glue in stock. We don't anymore. I think over half of the stock's sold out already. Oh, Kath sent in a message. Hello, Kath. Oh, Pat. Sorry, Pat. She says, astonishing, 25 minutes to make a bag from start to finish and without a pattern. That's a nice thing, you can make up your own pattern. Oh, and I'm getting a round of applause in my ear roll. Thanks, Pat. That, I think, I need that corner going in there a bit. But I think that'll do. In you go. If you've got this purse frame in your basket, can you check out, please? Because this is going to go as well. Right, I'm going to leave it like that. I've got a bit of glue on the frame again, that's going to rub off. And I've got, this is why, oh, let me just pull that out, make it proper. This is why, remember I swung the sides over when I was making the pattern? It gives like a bit of a gusset at the side here, so it gives more body to the bag. I personally make the bag base a bit square on that as well. And then you'll need to put the handle on there too. With the smaller frames, do it in exactly the same way. So draw around the top of the frame, swing it out, make your own pattern. Even with a small frame like this, you can make a big bag from it. You can make them square, you can make them round, you can make them oval. You have become your own bag designer, which probably means you're going to put me out to work one day. Now, we do have other PUs. I'm going to fiddle around with that. I'm going to fiddle around with my bag while you're on, Clive. Yeah, we've got other PUs available for you, which we haven't had time to go through. But do take a look on the website on sewingstreet.com, and it'll show you all of the different colours that we have available for if you want to go for the PU. Okay, so more coffee, I think, is overdue. And so is Clive, so we're 5 minutes late, so we better go and have a break and get back to you as soon as we can. Bye-bye. Hi, I'm Debbie Shaw from Sewing Street, and these are my 5 top tips for successful sewing. So, number 1, always use a good quality thread. A good quality thread will keep your seams stronger and also help to prevent lint building up inside your sewing machine. Tip number 2, if your project isn't going quite according to plan, put it down, walk away from it, come back again the next day and you'll probably find that things don't seem half as bad as they did. My tip number 3, never throw away your sewing machine manual, always keep it to hand because you're going to find hints and tips, techniques and troubleshooting in that manual. You'll miss it if you lose it. My tip number 4 is to read your pattern instructions before you even cut out your fabric. Different manufacturers of patterns will give you different instructions, different ways of constructing your garments and different seam allowances. So to have a successful garment, you need to follow the instructions precisely. And then tip number 5 is don't give up. Every professional sewer sewed their first seam. Every professional quilter quilted their first quilt. Every professional quilter sewed their first line of wonky stitches and had to get out the quick unpick. That's no different to you. So I hope you find these useful. We'll see you soon.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Hi there, my name's Alison Marion and I'm thrilled to be joining the Sewing Street family. I live in Staffordshire where I run a couple of sewing groups and I have a passion for vintage sewing machines and also applique. I've stitched in some form for as long as I can remember, but I absolutely love teaching and helping people stretch their skills and hopefully demystifying some of the techniques that can be quite daunting for beginners. So I'm looking forward to meeting the team and getting into the studio. See you soon.
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Because it's quite deep.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Well, Clive says it's quite deep snow. It's been outside with the dustpan and brush and cleared our cars for. Isn't that sweet? Thank you so much.
That's all right.
Did you
Saves
do
a
a snow angel while you were there?
No. I did write sew in the snow, but I didn't take a picture. I'll just go back in.
I'd take a picture
I
while we're
tried to
out.
find the this thing, but I can't find it anywhere.
Oh, you needle up down thing?
Needle down, yeah. I did look on the, I searched the manual, and I just trying to search for it, and I was like, oh, do you know what, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, sometimes you have to think, well, I've got a life.
Yeah, I'll figure it out when I go home.
Should we talk dress patterns? Should we do that, or should we just have a chat about the snow?
The snow.
I love the style of this dress pattern, I have to say. That I think that boat kind of neckline is so flattering. This is what it looks like made up. It's very 1950s retro glamorous to me, and so flattering. They call them bracelet sleeves in America, don't they? They're the 3/4 length sleeves, so you can show off your jewellery. But they're very flattering on your arm, and showing your neck and the that part of your décolleté, not too deep, but your shoulders. Whenever did you wake up in the morning and think, oh, I'm having a fat shoulder day? You don't. It's a very flattering area of your body to actually show off. But I just think it's very graceful and elegant. Clive assures me this is a simple pattern, but it looks impressive, doesn't it? And we have some amazing fabrics for you as well. So your pattern's £15.99. It's a pattern preacher pattern, so it's great quality paper there as well, printed in Leicester. This is the Gabbie dress, and it says easy to follow steps, so I'm taking their word for it. Intermediate to and upwards, I think, for sewers for this one. Oh, I didn't know we got a QR. I do like a QR code. So we've got size-wise again from 34 on the bust, inch-wise to 48 on the size 20, all in the one pattern there for £15.99. I'm not going to open it up because I'm sure Clive's got one open anyway. It's a heavy old pattern. The instructions must be really good in this one.
It's got an instruction booklet, and it also has a glossary index.
Oh, does it?
Yeah. Sorry. Hello. Okay. Glossary terminology. So it's kind of, I'll just pop that down there.
Oh, that's handy. Is that jargon busting?
Yeah, like just for people that kind of don't know the terminology.
Yeah.
Like finish, grain line, cotton the fold, RHS and LHS, right hand side, left hand side. I don't use those abbreviations, but some people might.
I never use abbreviations because
No.
even when you know what they mean, it takes you a second to translate it,
Engage
doesn't it?
the brain.
RST, WST.
Yeah. Stay stitch, edge stitch, understitch, top stitch. There's lots. Yeah.
So that's useful to hang on to when you finish the dress as well.
I mean, not only just for this dress, but just for future projects, I suppose.
Yeah.
Because not all patterns come with that kind of terminology, do they? So
No,
unless you know, then this is going to be ideal for you.
Yeah, I think a lot of pattern makers assume that because you're dressmaking, you know.
Yeah.
But first time people, you don't, do you?
But the dress is lovely. It's the fabric is. I mean, I know it's snowing outside today, but it's kind of spring's coming up. It's kind of, I can see somebody wearing this in the spring.
Yeah.
And also the fabric that I'm going to demo in is really lovely. It's very light, so it's more of a spring summery type of fabric. But you can get your projects in early.
Yes.
As it's snowing, get this stuff in your basket and just get your
be
summer
smug.
wardrobe, spring summer wardrobe ready, can't you?
Well, we've got some lovely fabrics for you. We've got William Morris's
It's beautiful.
by the half metres, so that you can make yourself a posh dress. Posh party frock with nowhere to go with these. Oak leaves, look. Isn't that gorgeous? By the half metre means that you're going to get these in one continuous piece. And how much are you going to need for the pattern? On average, about 2.5 metres for the size 14.
Yeah.
So 9 to 20, 2.5 metres will do it. So, Morrison or Nifris, oh look at this, it's lovely. It's very upmarket kind of fabric, and it's only £7.49 for your price. Kat's got a fashion head on again.
Oh yeah.
She's thinking about colour blocking it and just having the skirt in one fabric and the top in another.
Oh, that'd be nice.
Mm.
You could turn it into a LBD, little black dress.
Yes. Oh, that'd be in velvet.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that would be nice.
You're going to have to hang on to that for a while because you're not going anywhere yet, are you?
Well, hopefully black velvet by next Christmas.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed.
That would look.
We'll be
Oh,
able to
and
go
maybe a little bit
celebrate.
of trim around the neckline.
Oh yeah.
Be nice, wouldn't it?
Fancy. Bit of bling.
Yeah, a choker,
Yeah.
matching mask.
There we go. It's a fashion hour now.
Anyway, William Morris, we haven't got black velvet on the show. We have William Morris
No, these fabrics are beautiful to work with.
Yeah,
They're really, really nice. The quality is definitely there, and for that price,
yeah.
it's fantastic.
And you've got a timeless dress.
Yeah.
And I just don't think the fabric isn't going to date. I don't think your pattern is going to date either. Again, £7.49. That's your Orkney Mallow Blue. This is a lovely design, isn't it? It reminds me of tiles.
Oh, it's quite Moroccan, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And a lovely deep, rich brick colour as well. What are we calling this one? Brophy Trellis Red. £7.49 again. Oh, Lisa's daughter's getting married in August and she says this would be a perfect dress.
Oh, yeah.
That would be glamorous. Mother of the bride. This is the one that the dress has
Matching face
been made.
mask as well.
Sorry?
Matching bag as well.
Matching
maybe.
back and mask.
Yeah.
It's sad, isn't it? We have to factor in masks.
No, well, you know, if you're going to make your own outfit, why not? It
Yeah.
only takes up a small bit of the fabric, doesn't it? And
Yeah,
you've
that's
got
true.
a mask made. But yeah, sorry, didn't mean to interrupt there.
Oh, apparently Pattern Preacher do a crop jacket. That would look nice with it as well. So this is what the sample has been made up in. Again, at £7.49, 2.5 metres will do the trick for you. So there you go. And then finally, again, William Morris is this one, and this is Double Bow Sage. Diane in the 80s worked in a warehouse not far from where you are. One afternoon it snowed so much some of us had to persuade the boss to drive us home. We did have a Land Rover. The next morning when I got into work with difficulty, you could only see the roof of the car in the car park, but it was an MG midget.
Oh gosh, that is deep.
Wow.
Doesn't snow like that anymore though, does it? Thankfully.
No. I remember my youngest is 25 now, and I don't think it ever snowed when he was a child deep enough to build a snowman.
Ah.
Yet when I was little, I can remember, you know, the snow was up to here.
Snow drifts.
Yeah.
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 Don't get that anymore.
I suppose in some areas of the country you do, but certainly not where.
Scotland
am.
maybe.
Yeah. Anyway, supposed to be selling you some fabric. This is a bundle of 2.5 metres, so this is one that Clive's going to be working with. It is nice actually, because I thought it was ticking when I first saw
No,
it.
it's really nice, isn't it?
But it's a kind of a ticking print, isn't it?
Mm.
£19.49 for 2.5 metres there. Oh, Julian's asked how much fabric you'd need for a knee length size 14. Have you got any? Did you have any left over from a size 14?
I did, yeah. I did,
So you think you could maybe add 6 inches to the bottom?
There was probably about, I'd say, 40 to 50 centimetres maybe.
So lengthen it a bit, couldn't you?
Yeah, you could, yeah.
2.5
Yeah,
metres.
yeah.
You'll be fine.
You'll be fine.
You'll be fine.
If
no-
not, you could put like a contrasting bit around the bottom.
that'd be nice.
Yeah. You know, like a bit of a, 6-inch kind of
Yeah.
border.
That would be really nice. So in this one you could use black. I'm going to warn you, this fabric's a bit thin. Just to be honest. So put your vest on.
Yeah. What do women wear? Those kind of nude, kind of all-in-one things, don't they?
Yes,
Sometimes for that type of
Yes,
thing.
that's a good idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then I suppose that's still anyway.
Or you don't just go see-through.
Well, you could line it, I suppose.
Well, half of our viewers are naked in bed on a Sunday morning, so then they'd be quite brave to wear a see-through. But no, just to warn you seriously, I don't want you to get this home and then think, oh, it's not going to be heavy enough for the dress. You will need to wear something flesh-coloured underneath. You don't just have to make the dress out of these, though. You know, you've got a lot of fabric for a great price there. You can make cushion covers or things for your sewing room. I like this. I'm very much a flowery frock kind of girl.
Yeah.
I have a few. And this is a nice weight as well. Is it poplin? Because it feels heavy for a poplin. But that's nice. It's a substantial
Yeah, it's a
fabric.
really nice
I do like
print.
that. Yeah, lovely. 2.5 meters of fabric. We do class these as quilting weight. Poppins dressmaking, isn't it? And they're all 44 inches wide as well. So £39.49 for that one. That is a Debbie frock, definitely. Anyway, we're running out of time, aren't we? What do you want to show us?
We're running over again and again and again. Right, I'm going to start with a dart. Start with a dart, see what I did there.
Okay.
Rhymes a little bit. I know it's kind of, pretty basic, but... So I'm going to go on the reverse side of the fabric. Sorry, I shall move that in the correct position. There we go. So you see that this little purple dot is where I've kind of just punctured through the pattern, which is a great quality of paper as well, by the way. I'm just going to mark that little dot, which is the top of the dart, with a chalk pen, which are available on the website, I believe.
Yeah, I like those chalk pens.
And then, if you can, I don't know if you can see that down here, I've just marked where where the dart's going to finish on the waistline, and I'm just going to mark those underneath there. I like to draw a line.
Right, yes,
I don't
do.
know, how some people do it, but this is how I like to do it. I like to, just draw a line just so I can follow it correctly. Because precision with darts is key, really. You don't want to be getting this wrong.
It's a little bit like matching seams. If they match perfectly, if your darts are perfect, nobody's going to notice.
Yeah.
But if that dart's not quite right, you'll
if
have
it's
a skew
slightly longer
bosom.
or slightly shorter, it's going to be baggy on one side and not the other, isn't it?
We don't want a baggy bust line.
No.
No.
Well, I wouldn't know anything about a baggy bust line, but the ladies don't want a baggy bust line.
We don't want a baggy bust
No.
line.
And then I'm just going to press that over as well. Clanging about. I feel like we've had the chaos hour. Now this is going to be the nice relaxing hour.
We've had 2 chaos hours. I've never made a bag so quickly.
That's pretty impressive. Should get like a production line going. Debbie Shaw bags, half-an-hour bags ready to go.
I might pinch that one off you. Oh, Dominique says she's got darts songs in her head now.
Dart songs?
What did darts do? I can't think of any of their songs.
Is that a band?
Yeah, they were like, a cappella. There was a
no
whole
idea.
group of them, no instruments.
I've never heard of them.
You're not old enough, Clive. They were kind of one
actually,
of those
Glitter,
debop
Dominique
kind
is
of.
she's a DJ.
Ah.
She DJs, like a volunteer DJ.
Oh, Dominic, give us some names of dart songs now, because that's going to be frustrating.
And when we get towards the end of the dart, I don't backstitch. You just trail it off slightly. Make sure the needle's up and just pull away.
Oh, yes.
Because I knot the threads at the end. Because then, hopefully, if I've done this correctly, you don't get that kind of, sometimes you get that kind of indent, don't you?
Yeah.
And the technique that I was always told was to knot it just a couple of times.
And this is important not to miss this off as well. The last thing you want is your dart coming undone.
No, you don't want that.
Dominique says the boy from New York City. Can't sing, well I can't sing, but we can't sing because you'll have to pay royalties.
And I
but it's
don't
that
know.
ooh wah, cool, cool kitty, just like the boy from New York City. From what I remember.
I don't know any songs from dart. Darts are things you throw at a board, aren't they? And we're going to press that out towards the side seam, which is obviously, let me just move that actually, so you can see that better. I'm going to press it out towards, that's the side seam down there.
So that's always the case, isn't it? You press the seam to the one side.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have milk and sugar, Clive?
Yes, I do. Yeah, two, please. Thanks.
2 sugars and milk, please. Waiting.
Coffee on the go. Coffee on the go. I love it.
You don't get this on any of the shopping channels, you know.
No,
No.
it's brilliant.
Come Back My Love, the darts sang. I don't remember that one.
So there are 4 darts in total for the top, and I've done all of them.
Oh, 2
So
on the
there's
front, 2 on
2
the
at
back.
the front, 2 at the back,
Okay.
and they will line up with the box pleats on the skirt as well.
Okay.
Which you can't see because the machine is in the way. But there we go. Yeah, if you could just see there, it just kind of matches up, which is very satisfying indeed when it works. Right, so I've already kind of done half the top as well. And I'll lay that out just to show you, because we're going to sew up the side seams next. And we're going to insert a sleeve. Just lay that out like that. There we go. So I'm going to move that out of the way because it ruins the camera shot. There we go. So as you can see, I've already done those 2, and then there's 1 on the back. I've also done some top stitching around the arm sleeve. I just think I just love top stitching. I don't
Yes,
know why.
I do.
Thank you very much. Service.
I know.
Service. Tip later.
Probably won't.
No, I'll be out the door by 12. And go home for my lunch. So we're now going to add the back piece on, so we're just going to put that to the side. So we do the sides. So in order of this, you do the darts, then you would add the sleeve in. Then you would add sew the side seams, then the sleeve. But just for demonstration purposes, I've got ahead of myself because I think I'm kind of getting used to showing what bits to demonstrate. But you don't always get it right. Nobody's perfect.
Who was it to ask the question about the width of the neckline? Joyce. I'll tell you what, Joyce, we'll give it a measure when Clive's finished his demo. She wanted to know how wide the neckline was because she's quite tiny.
Oh, right, yeah.
She doesn't want an off the shoulder.
So, just trying to think how you would kind of alter that now. With the neckline, let me just look at that. Let's try and answer that straight away. So with the neckline, I would probably take where we're going to sew the sleeves in, I would take that in more.
Oh, okay.
So maybe because that's going to make that smaller, but what you've got to remember to do then is to make the facing smaller as well.
Yeah.
Because it's got a facing this pattern.
So you could just kind of pinch in that seam.
Yeah, it's like,
it doesn't affect anything else, does it? It's not going to affect the bust line?
I wouldn't have thought so, no.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Just here.
Joyce, make a toile.
Yeah, that's a good idea. And then kind of like, ease it in to the seam.
Yeah, that would work.
Yeah, make a toile is a good idea,
Yeah.
definitely. Some scrap fabric or calico or anything like that would be perfect. I'll just move that back.
Daddy Cool, that was a darts one. Was that a darts one? And the Duke of Earl.
Oh, I know that one.
Oh, Diana, I've gone back to 1978. Kat's been out to put the kettle on. She's just come back into the gallery saying, why am I getting messages about Daddy Cool and the Duke of Earl?
I know the Daddy Cool one. That's the only one I do know. So this is a centimetre seam allowance pattern. So it's quite small, but you could take it in at the sides. But again, remember to take it in everywhere else as well. So if you're going to alter the top half, you need to alter the bottom half also. Obviously, depending on how much you need to take it in by.
Right.
You could also do it at the darts, but then remember to do that at the box pleats on the bottom as well, because otherwise they're not going to align. It's going to send your OCD out the window, and we don't want that. So wherever you kind of take in, make sure you're doing it at the same points everywhere else that you need to. So if it's on the side, make sure you do it on the side, on the skirt,
Right.
etc. It just depends on where, really. But if you wanted to be really picky about it, make a toile, and then you can just cut it up to your heart's content then, can't you?
Yeah. And that's something, again, if quite new to dressmaking, making a toile may seem an extra effort because it means you're making the dress twice. But it just means that when you cut into your finished fabric, your expensive fabric, you know that it's going to fit you. It's worth taking the time. Because you're going to wear this at the end of the day, and you want people to say, where did you buy your dress from?
Yeah. And there's nothing better, is there, than when it's like, oh,
Biggest
where did you get
compliment.
that? It's like, oh, I made it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Morag says she's not a dress person, but she's going to make some for her caravan wardrobe for when we can go away. She says she likes pockets. I was thinking a side seam pockets would be lovely in
What's
this,
her name, Karen?
Morag.
Morag, sorry. Morag, I've got pockets for you.
Ooh.
I put pockets in because we do love a pocket. I know the ladies love a pocket in a dress.
We do like a pocket.
Esme from the Sewing Bee likes a pocket in a dress. She's very much an advocate, sticking her car keys or whatever in there, her phone. So, let me just remind that. Open that side seam.
Maura says she can't hear very well, Clive. Speak up.
Oh, she can't hear me right. Sorry. Sorry, Morag. I've got pockets for you. So I just kind of drafted a pocket off the cuff. But you could use a pocket from another pattern. This doesn't actually include a pocket, but I thought it'd be quite a nice little touch. And there we go. That's the side bit in now. And now we're going to insert the sleeve into this bit here. Now, when you're cutting out, you just got to remember to notch the fronts and the backs. Or you could use a chalk pen, just a little kind of double edge, the double notches for the back and one for the front, because that's important. I've already made up a sleeve, because prepared. You can see there at the top, it's ever so longer, and that's going to be the back bit. And that's the other bit's going to be the front bit.
I suppose really the top of the sleeve is the neckline, isn't it? So
Yes.
it's always higher at the back than the front anyway.
Yeah. With the sleeve as well, I've already kind of hemmed it, you know, where it finishes on your arm. And I think it's always easier to do this when you have a ready-made sleeve rather than, you know, the one that goes down the side.
Yeah.
It's a lot easier, it's a lot less fiddly, and then it's kind of done then, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, I know some people like to do that at the end. It's just personal preference. I think for me, it's just nicer to do it like that. So we're going to match up the seam where it's been made up on the underneath to the side. And this is why it's quite nice. This pattern's quite nice because you're just matching. A lot of it's matching darts, box pleats, etc., seams. It's a very symmetrical dress, so it's really nice. Simple. Yeah, intermediate. You know, easy. If you're a beginner, you're going to need to know how to do your darts properly and your box pleats. But it's a nice dress. The fabric's lovely.
I was just looking.
I thought it'd be nice in the shirt. This shirt would be nice in this fabric as well.
That'd be nice, yeah. I was just looking size-wise actually, because we always say it's important to go by your measurements, not by your regular dress size.
Yeah.
They seem to be pretty true actually. But again, you measure yourself first of all. There's no size label in a dress that you make yourself, so don't worry about what size it is. I've actually made a dress for myself before now, a couple of years ago, and I was the size 22.
Yeah.
Because I'm not, but that was just the size that it came up for some reason.
Sometimes it's just, you know, like you say, at the end of the day, only you know. And a lot of the designers kind of work very differently. So somebody who's a size 14 who thinks they're a 14 from in the shops, but actually they're a 16, you know, are going to design it as a 14,
Yeah.
but really it's a 16.
Yeah.
You know, so don't be disheartened, you know, love yourself a little bit, and just, it's all been tricky during COVID.
And sizes have changed so much over the years as well. I mean, a lot of the, you know, like the Buttericks and the McCall's and the Vogues and the Bruder, the traditional patterns like that, were based on designs from the 1950s. And size, Marilyn Monroe was a size 16.
Yeah.
She was tiny. You look at pictures, she was tiny. That's not today's size 16. So again, don't go by those sizes.
It's industry standards, and
Yeah.
without, you know, dogging the industry, it doesn't make people feel good about themselves, does
Yeah.
it really?
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, you are who you are, be beautiful, love yourself. Because,
That's true, yeah.
you know. So that's just kind of put in like that, all the way. It's kind of like a raglan, almost like a raglan sleeve off
Yeah.
the shoulder.
Yeah.
It's very nice. And if anybody's wondering, I didn't actually figure out how to do the in the break, the needle down. But by the next time I come on,
You've got 2 weeks to practice.
I will have that nailed.
We've got a weather warning in Northampton. Amanda
God.
says, you know, I said it wasn't snowing in Loddington. Well, scrap that. She says it's seriously coming down.
Oh, I think it's everywhere, isn't it, today?
Still snowing here, apparently.
Is it heavy outside? Do we know?
Yes, apparently yes. I'm
So I'll have
still
to clear
going
all
home.
the cars again.
Yeah, if you don't mind.
Yeah, we'll just have to take it easy, won't we, on the motorways?
Yeah.
Oh, hopefully the motorways will be clear.
They're pretty, because I live kind of out in the sticks, but they are pretty good with the snow ploughs out there.
Oh, are they?
Do you know what's really nice as well? That we actually live at not a steep hill, it's at the bottom of a hill.
Yeah.
And if it snows heavy, we are snowed in. But my car's a 4x4, but there's still no way I can get out.
Yeah.
But the neighbours are brilliant. There's these, you know,
rally
the bins
together.
with sand in.
Yeah.
You get stuck in that snow and somebody will come straight out with a shovel and help you out.
Oh, that's
it's
fabulous.
nice, isn't it?
Yeah. I got snowed in once when I went to Canada. I was staying at a friend's house and she lived out in the middle of the sticks, and it was like the worst storm in like 20 years or something. I mean, I was loving it because, you know, it's been a while since I've seen that kind of snow, but we were snowed in for 3 days.
Ooh.
But luckily she was Canadian, she was prepared, the freezer was
Yeah.
full, so I had a great time there. It was brilliant. I mean, talk about snowdrifts, they were up as high as the house. It was unbelievable.
It's a bit like the last Christmas video.
I went outside and I played in the snow. I mean, I was 21. And my friend Rhonda, she was just looking at me like I was crazy, quite frankly.
I went to have some friends in Berlin that we visited in the middle of winter. I have never been so cold in my life.
Oh yeah, it was
But
cold.
so organised.
Yeah, it was cold.
They had like miniature snowplows on the pavements. All the pavements in the city were clear.
Oh wow.
Yeah, just well prepared, which we're not.
We're not
Glennis
geared
says
up,
it's
are we?
heavy snow in Birmingham. My son's only just made it back. He says the roads are awful and he drives a van.
Oh no, don't say that. Oh, I might go to, I was going to say the name of the restaurant then, but I went over the road to get something to eat before I travel
Yeah,
home.
just in case.
Just in case. Okay. So that's in. And then we're going to press the seam towards the sleeve. So if I lay it out like that, you'll see. With this, you don't have to notch it because it's quite a gradual curve. You can do just at the bottom of the sleeve if you want to, just to ease it a little bit, but it doesn't ask for it. And then, me being me, I'm going to top stitch it.
Now Ruth says it's not snowing in Durham, and Carol says it's sunny in Durham. Carol and Ruth, you should get together. Oh no, you shouldn't, should you? No, sorry about that. You should Skype each other.
Socially distance. Or, as what do you know, the rules are so confusing, aren't they?
Oh, they are, aren't they?
Is you allowed to meet up with a friend socially distanced for exercise? I'm so confused now. It's probably best just to stay indoors, but I mean, especially when it's no, go out for a nice walk. It'd be nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
This just top stitching these seams just strengthens it. I think it looks nice as well. You could do it with a contrasting thread. I'm using white, but you could do it with a blue.
It gives it a shop bought look though, doesn't
Yeah.
it? It's the same with my bag making. I love a bit of top stitching.
It's more of a professional finish. You know, if you want your friends to really, you know, wow.
Yeah.
Where's that from? I made it.
I think this is a wild dress anyway. I may well try that one on before I go.
You what, sorry?
That one that you've made up.
Try it on.
Yeah, I love that neckline. I just think it's so elegant.
Give it a go. So when you get rescued in the snow,
Oh,
you look
yeah.
fabulous.
Oh, Dominique's in a bubble in Cornwall, not going anywhere. Oh, she goes for walks, but she's not seeing anybody. There's a lot of people
It's nice to be in a bubble.
just
though, isn't
walking, going out walking.
it? Yeah, there is a lot of people out actually. It's very different. Like we were saying this earlier, weren't we? It's very different to the first lockdown
Yeah.
that we had. And of course, after you've finished all your seams, you need to press just to set the thread in. And then we have a top, just like that. So I'll just put that to one side for a second because we're pretty much finished with that for a minute.
We've got about 15 minutes.
Okay. Pockets. So on this one, I've done an inseam pocket. Like I said earlier, this isn't included in the pattern, but if you want to take a screen grab, tape measure.
Hanging up behind you.
Oh, thanks. I'll just give you a rough kind of estimate of how big this is. Oh, it's inches. There's no centimetres on this one.
Ah.
So it's 8.5 lengthwise, and at the widest point, it's 6.
Right.
And if you just remember to kind of notch out that little bit there, because that's included in the seam allowance, it kind of looks like an ear if you would do it the other way around. That's the way to kind of picture it, I suppose. So they're not hard to draw.
Yeah.
You know, and I tested it. It was deep enough because this bit here allows you to kind of that's where your keys or your phone or whatever are going to sit. Other way around. There we go.
So remember, if you haven't taken note of any measurements or instructions or anything like that, you can watch us back on YouTube whenever you like.
Yeah.
So it'll be on YouTube in a few hours' time. So just save the date.
So we've got 15 minutes, did you say? Because I forgot the box pleat, didn't I? Let's just do that quick. Okay, so this is the front panel of the skirt. I've already put one box pleat in. Let's get the pattern piece out. Yes, one. So I mark this with pins.
paper's like copy paper weight, isn't it? It's you're going to be able to use this a lot.
Yeah, a lot of these kind of like newer pattern makers use this type of paper because it's durable. It lasts longer. So you're going to get more use out of your pattern, unless you're going to transfer it onto anything yourself. Like with the other patterns with tissue paper, they don't last very long. You have to be very fragile with them, don't you?
Yeah.
So I'm just pinning where the notches are with this as well. If you just remember, if you see, can you zoom in that close or not?
Here we come.
So this one here is actually the size below. So you have to make sure that you've got the right notch, because otherwise, you were talking earlier about the box pleats matching up with the dart lines.
Yeah.
It's not going to match if you're using this one. So just be very careful to make sure, because you can see these are all the same size. So that one clearly isn't the one. So we're just going to notch, put a pin there. You can use chalk, you can use air erasable pens, whatever you're comfortable with.
Personally, do you use tailor's tacks?
No.
No, I don't.
I don't. I just think it's time consuming,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, if I was a proper full-on Savile Row tailor, then obviously there would be need for that. But I don't necessarily think for home sewing, you don't really need to do that. So what I do is bring those two on the outside together, and I flip this round so the right side's together. So we're exactly the same point. I can remove one. I'll just secure that with that one. And then I bring that middle one up to the other one. The pattern does tell you actually, which I've completely forgotten to do and I will do now, just stitch, let me just turn that around, a couple of stitches to secure that there. Because when you're sewing the top half to the bottom half, you don't want it to move out of place and you'll get a gap. So I'll just do 3 forward and 3 back, and that should be enough. Then we're going to move that centre back one forward to meet where we've just stitched. You can see that. And then we're just going to secure that with some basting stitches. I'm not going to change it for the demo, but you don't have to change it. I would just kind of go in from 1 centimetre so it's not going to show.
While you're just doing that, Pat's just messaged saying, Debbie, can you use a glue gun on the metal bag frames and no snow in Great Yarmouth? Pat, I wouldn't personally. I haven't tried it, but glue from a hot glue gun tends to dry quite brittle. And I don't think it's going to be as long lasting as your Gutermann. So I haven't actually tried it, but I wouldn't with that one. With your HT2 glue, just to mention, this is a previous hour, but we started off with hundreds of these back in stock. We've got about 30 left now, so that's going to go. And the Bosal foam you were asking about, if you go to the website and go to the Watch Live and then scroll down, you'll find it underneath there. Sorry, Clive.
That's all right, no worries.
Going back to the last hour.
That's okay. So with the pocket on the other side, let me just measure that quick. 3 inches. So you want to measure 3 inches down. There's my little ears. So you want right sides together. These are really, really easy pockets to put in. So I'm just going to mark that with a pin.
And you can put these into any garment with a side seam.
Any garment whatsoever. I mean, this is why I did it really, because it's just nice to have it in there, isn't
Yeah.
it? So we're just going to match that up, and then we're going to sew that on. I'll just do that. Let's try and do this quick as I can. And then you'll do it on the same to the other side. So one on the front, one on the back. Centimetre in. That pin's not sitting nicely for me. Take that out. There's no need to backstitch on these. We're just going to literally nail them on. Oh, I got told off for saying that actually.
Really?
Nail them on by Mark.
Oh.
I'm going to sew them on.
No,
There
you
you
see,
go.
I'd just say it more.
You what, sorry?
I'd say it more. Nail them on, nail them on, nail them on.
He said you shouldn't say that. I said, why not? That's the terminology that I use. Cut that. Oh, actually, I'll put the other one on the other side quickly. That's going to go down the other sides. Where's my tape? There it is. Tape measure. Now, if this was on the pattern, this mark would obviously be notched. It's really important that you get these aligned properly, because otherwise they're not going to sit right. Isn't it weird how sometimes your eye goes to measurements that you didn't even know you could do that? That was spot on. Very happy with that. See, I miss having that the board.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's quite handy, really.
Hey, your coffee's going cold as well.
You what? Sorry.
Your coffee's going cold.
I know. Yeah. Not having time to drink my coffee. It's all right. I'll nick it when I'm finished. I'll put some Baileys. No, I can't put Baileys in. I've got to drive home. There is no Baileys here anyway, by the way. I'm just saying that. Unless there's a secret stash anywhere.
Did you hear what was coming down my ear then?
No.
Because Kat just says, yeah, we've got a secret stash. As you said, there must be a secret stash. Oh, they're on it from 9 o'clock in the morning in the gallery. Particularly on a Sunday.
So what we're going to do is iron those towards the pocket. Get that straight.
It's nice, isn't it, when you see the dress being made up in different fabric, it looks very different.
Yeah, this dress is going to be so different. It's going to look really good. I will post at some point on my social media the finished result, if anybody's interested in seeing that, when I get an opportunity to finish it for you.
So what's your Instagram?
Bruderful Design
Right.
is my Instagram. It's BRUDERFUL design, and it's the same as my Facebook.
Okay.
And then we put the side seams together, making sure that we're matching where the pockets are as well. How are we doing? How long do you need for?
We've got about 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
About 3 minutes.
Okay. Well, I'll just pin this together.
But we did start late, so we don't care, really. We just carry on.
Just carry on. It's not like we're going to go anywhere anytime soon, is it? We're all going to be stuck in traffic getting home,
Yeah.
probably. Well, there shouldn't be that much traffic on the road today, I wouldn't have thought. been with the pandemic and all. Now you can understitch as well on both sides. It gives a nice kind of stitch line on the inside, and it will just make the pockets sit in the right way. But we haven't got time for that today.
So you just understitch on the side that's facing the back of the dress?
Yeah.
The one that your hand's against?
Yeah. So yeah, sorry, on the back of the dress. I haven't got it on these pockets. Oh, I have. I don't know if you can zoom in that far. But yeah, it just makes it kind of sit forward.
Yeah.
Rather than flopping about all over the place. So a couple of minutes we've got left. So what we do, sew down there to a centimetre seam allowance, centimetre all the way, sorry, let's pull that down. Can we see that, yeah? Down there, all the way down here, and then all the way down there to the hem.
Okay.
I've already pre-pressed the hem as well. That's another little tip to do for when you, but make sure you open it before you seal it down, and then you can go back up. It's just a lot easier when you come to actually top stitch it.
Okay.
And then top half to, well, you put the facing in, sorry. Top half to bottom half. Oh, that's, that was for the shirt. To demonstrate a box pleat. Top half to the bottom half, and then the last thing to go in is the zip.
Oh, right.
And then, yeah, and that's it really.
And it's just an invisible zip in the back, isn't it? So,
yeah, invisible zip in the back. Okay. If you're a beginner, invisible zips are probably a little bit more challenging. But there's loads of content out there on the interweb, and I'm sure at some point somebody would have done a demonstration on that. Yeah. So don't be scared, just give it a go.
Morag's just noticed you're not wearing a hat.
I'm not, no.
I hope you got one for when you go out.
The mohawk vibe. No, I haven't brought one with me today.
You had a wobbly mohawk last time I saw.
Is it straight this time?
Straight. Mm.
That's good. The home haircuts are working then. Thank you, Morag.
I haven't been to the hairdresser for over a year.
Have you not?
I don't think I'll ever go back.
Have you cut it yourself?
My daughter cuts it for me.
Ah, she's very clever,
chops
isn't
off,
she?
I colour it myself, and that, yeah.
Yeah. Well,
saved a fortune.
You couldn't tell. She could have a new career.
She could. She might need one. So you go back again in 2 weeks?
2 weeks, yeah.
Do you know what date?
7th.
7th.
I think it's the 6th actually. It's a Saturday, I think, yeah.
That'd be the 6th then.
I've got a top and can't remember what the other one is now. That's bad, isn't it?
Maybe a bottom.
Yeah.
Or pinafore dress, apparently.
Ah, pinafore, yes.
Yeah,
correct. Well done, Kat.
Well, I have had a lovely morning.
Yes,
thank you very much. It's been really nice to see you.
Hope you get
again.
home safely.
Yes, and you. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, we'll see you again soon.
Okay, bye.
Bye. Oh, Kat says go to the loo before you go because it might take a long time to get home.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
Coffee first.
Right.
Toilet, then go.
Yeah. And take a quilt with you.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea as well, isn't it?
But just help yourself.
There's plenty around here.
Yeah, just take one. The shirt that Clive's wearing, by the way, we do still have some of those left. Have a look at the 9 o'clock show this morning. The pattern for the dress that Clive's been working with has been really, really busy. But we do still have a few left. So if you wanted to order, then it would be a good time to do it now. Because we're done. £15.99 your price. Remember, it's included in the instruction booklet, and you've got your jog and busting leaflet in there as well. So that's £15.99. And size-wise, again, just quickly, we're going from where are we? 31 inches on the bust through to 44. All on the same pattern. Waist is 24 to 38 and all sizes in between. And hips, 33 to 47. Fabric bundle-wise, so the stripe that Clive was using, this is a really lovely soft fabric, and I'm thinking spring and summer. Even if we're knee-deep outside, I'm still thinking spring and summer.
The daffodils will be out next week, won't they?
Well, it was winter solstice, was it, a couple of weeks ago, so at least the nights are getting lighter.
Yeah, that's true.
21st December, wasn't it? £19.49 brings you 2.5 metres of said fabric. 100% cotton, 112 white. Then we have, are we doing the William Morrises? These are by the metre. Now, if you love the fabric, it's not just for the dressmaking. As it's by the metre, you can be making curtains and homewares and cushion covers and tablecloths and bed runners and quilting and patchwork, as well as your dressmaking as well. £7.49 for half a metre, more than half a metre, they all come joined up. So that one is your double bow sage. Elliot fancies a waistcoat in that one. The one that the sample is made out of is this one. Classy designs, aren't they? So that's it made up in the dress, but a blouse, a shirt would look just as nice. And again, £7.49. Lots and lots of detail in this one. Actually, if you did want to put two together, picks up on the brown, doesn't it?
Oh, we were talking about that border earlier.
Yes, that'd be nice, wouldn't it? So a border around the bottom, and that'd be perfect.
Yeah.
I don't suppose William Morris make dresses, but if you were to go into a high-end store and buy a William Morris dress, I think you'd be paying a little bit more.
What it would look like, wouldn't it?
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Mm.
Right. That's that one. Not that you can go into a store and buy a William Morris dress. More available on the website. Other fabric bundles available on the website as well. So check out sewingstreet.com, and there are other pattern preacher patterns on the website as well. So have a look on sewingstreet.com. Now coming up next, we have the Elna Excellence 780 Pro, and we're going to be sewing ourselves in circles. So I'll see you again in a couple of minutes.
Hi, I'm Wendy Orlando and I'm a craft blogger. You can find me over at thecraftyco.com, and if you do head on over and have a peep, you will see that I'm a tutorial blogger. I do all kinds of crafts, but my passions are crochet, knitting and sewing, which I've done for over 45 years. In that time, I've made lots of mistakes, but I have learnt lots of tricks and top tips that I can't wait to share. What I'd like to bring to the Sewing Street table is to show that you don't need to have gone to university or have a degree in design to be able to sew. You just need passion, a bit of courage to take the first steps, and a whole lot of patience. Oh, and an unpicker. You will need an unpicker. I do hope that you will follow me as I take my Sewing Street journey, and I look forward to seeing you all again soon.
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
While we're having to spend more time at home again, we're here to keep you busy and entertained. Sewing Street will be live every day from 8 a.m, bringing you plenty of demonstrations with our experts in dressmaking, quilting, bag making, toy making, needle felting, embroidery and so much more. Our community of fellow sewists on the Sewing Street fans Facebook group are there to chat to you about whatever you're making, sharing photos and advice. Check out the Sewing Street Facebook and Instagram pages for fun competitions and offers. If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Hello again, welcome back again. We need to go on a little bit of a hunt at the moment because Glenys has lost her mojo, so we need to find it and give it back to her. Angie lost hers for ages, but she's managed to find it again. If anybody's seen Glenys's mojo, please can you return it? She wants it back again. Right. We are starting off with one of my favourite books ever. We don't actually have very many in stock, to be honest, because Victoria Carroll stole it off my show. This book, when I first saw it, because I bought it, because that's going to be useful, and I got it home, and I just thought, oh, that's not what I expected for £19.49. It doesn't have lots of projects and inspiration in it, and it isn't full of beautifully shot photographs. But you know, this is this is the most useful reference book that I've ever seen regarding sewing machines. It's interesting, it's simple to understand, and it covers so many aspects of sewing, whether that is how your sewing machine actually works all the way through to troubleshooting. So what happens when things go wrong? And it's fascinating reading. It's seriously fascinating. The author, Bernie, used to be he's a sewing machine repairman, basically, so he's an engineer, so he understands the way that sewing machines are used, and he must have worked with thousands of machines over the years, any brand, any make, any standard of sewing machine, whether that's going back to treadle sewing machines all the way through to the highest end computer sewing machines. He's the man who knows all about them. We have your troubleshooting guide. He's been in the business for 44 years as well, so he's very well established. I love the way that he uses things like pie dishes to explain what tension is. That makes sense to me. That's exactly what your tension discs look like inside your machine, but mini tiny things. On my machine, and actually on the Elna, you can actually see the tension disc, but he explains how it actually works. And he's a man of the same kind of thoughts as I am as far as tension is concerned, which is quite nice to read, because I know I say so often, don't blame tension, it's not tension's fault. And he agrees with me on so many occasions, things that might affect your tension. So, for instance, try using different threads made of different fibres. There might be times when you want to use different weights of thread for the top and the bottom. Decorative threads have different properties from those that you need in our calibration. So these are things that you might not have even thought of, things that can go wrong with your tension. The row of the dark stitching, that's not quite straight look. Stitching in two colours helps you to understand the way that the tension works and what it should look like. But look at the way that he explains what a tension is. So that's a correct tension, with the stitches forming from the top and the bottom right in the centre of your fabric. This is too tight and this one's too loose. But then he'll go on to explain what you can do about it. It's hardly ever the tension. Don't blame tension, it's not tension's fault. But let me just flick you through. I mean, look, this can affect tension. That's how your bobbin should be wound. Not overfilled, so it comes larger than the size of your bobbin, and certainly not knotted like that, and certainly not two threads on one bobbin. We're not having that. So there you go, that's overfilled. That's not going to work. That's going to affect the speed at which the thread comes off the bottom of the machine. That's going to look like poor old tension when it's not tension's fault. So there's a lot about tension, but to be honest, that's one of the questions that I get asked most. My thread's knotting up underneath my fabric. I've adjusted the tension, but it doesn't seem to work. Even with your needles, the needle you're using and the thread that you're using can affect the tension, or what looks like the tension on your sewing machine. An explanation of needle sizes. I'm just flicking through a few pages now, because if you slow this down, you can probably read the whole book and then you won't buy it. Needle threaders, how they work. I was listening to an interview on a podcast with Bernie a few weeks ago, and he was saying about needle threaders as well. A lot of needle threaders don't work, and probably the reason for that is that the very tiny little hook that goes through the eye of the needle, if it isn't in exactly the right position to go through the eye, it's going to hit the side of the needle and it'll bend to one side. So 99% of the time when your needle threader doesn't work, it's very slightly bent, and you can very slightly bend it back again. You may need a magnifying glass to do that. Now with your buttonholes, where did I see? I was just flicking through. Some machines have adjustment for buttonholes. Oh, I missed it. I was talking as I was flicking through the book and I don't know where it is. But sometimes when your buttonhole doesn't align, or like this one, it's thicker on one side or on the other. The one I've got here has got a said switch, but you can turn the dial to adjust on a lot of buttonholes as well. And the same with stitches like this. This design is too loose. It should be like this. And the same here, should be like that. But there is a dial that he talks about that you can adjust to get that perfect stitch. That's the one. Look. If this happens, there is a stitch, there is a dial on a lot of, certainly computerised sewing machines, that can help you get this back on track again. Oh, we've sold out. I'm not surprised. Honestly, it's such a really, really useful book. I know I bash on about this an awful lot, but it's very interesting reading. It's like having a Haynes manual for your sewing. I know they do one, but like you do for your car. If you have a sewing machine, it's worth getting hold of this so that you can understand how it works. If you understand how your sewing machine works and how the thread works and how the tension works and how the needles work, then you can sort out problems yourself. Or instead of paying somebody else to do that for you. This is the machine that we're featuring on the show today. I have to say, out of all the machines that we bring you, I haven't used a Juki, I'll be honest, and they're fabulous machines, I'm sure. But out of the machines on Sewing Street that I've used, this one's my favourite. It's kind of an upgrade from the machine that I have at home. So it's so I'm kind of used to it. I'm familiar with this machine, but it's got a lot more features than my machine has. So I do have a little bit of machine envy going on here. Now, it is £1,699. I think I paid more than that for mine. But we've got 5 split payments, so you can get it home today for £339.80p. And this comes to you directly from Elna. So they'll send this. So if you're ordering at the same time as something else, you're probably going to get, well, you will get your orders sent out separately. So it comes directly from Elna with a 2-year warranty. For £339.80. So this will be sent out after you've made your first payment. And then 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th are taken out of your bank account on this day, or off your credit card or debit card on this day in the months to come. So it's going to be March. So before you pay it? No, it's later than that, isn't it? So May. It's going to be paid for by May. And there's no interest charge there at all. So that's well worth having to think about. These are all of the stitches that you have. So I am sure there are some very comprehensive demonstrations of the machine on YouTube. So I shan't go through every single stitch that's on here, but just to give you an overview of the kind of thing that the machine has been designed to cope with. So let's just really roughly go through. Straight stitch, of course, you're going to need. But when you look at stitches like this and stitches like this, these are for stretch fabric. So you can be sewing jerseys, you can be making sweatshirts. There's going to be a lot of garments these days are made with stretch materials. It's very easy to sew with stretch fabric, it's very fashionable, and for a beginner certainly very simple because there's no darts and fastenings in a lot of the garments, but you will need a straight stitch. So this machine has been designed to make garments with stretch fabric, with woven fabric, with fabric that frays because you've got your overcasting stitch. It's not like an overlock stitch where an overlocker will trim the fabric back, but it will wrap the stitches around the edge of your fabric to stop it from fraying. So that could be anything that you're making that's going to go in the wash, or anything that you're going to sell to neaten off the inside. So cushion covers maybe, curtains, any kind of soft furnishings, bag making, anything like that. Then we have blind hem stitches. So blind hem is going to be for hemlines on garments, but also on curtains. So we're talking about homewares now as well as garment making. We've got a whole selection of different styles of buttonholes. This is entirely up to you. You tend to find that on fine fabrics and on blouses, you have the rounded ends. If you have a button with a shank, so maybe you've got a thick fabric or a coat, then you'll go for one of these keyhole buttons. Buttonholes for stretch fabrics are on here as well. Buttonholes aren't just for buttons, you can use them decoratively on cushion covers and thread ribbons through them. So again, we're going back to garment making and soft furnishings. You can sew buttons on with this machine. You can mend holes, so repairing. using this stitch with your buttonhole foot, and then maybe a plique with these picot or blanket stitches in lots of different sizes. Some of them go over the stitch a couple of times, so it makes it nice and bold and decorative. So a plique work could be for anything from a bag flap to a pocket on a dress to quilting. Oh, we're looking at quilting stitches now. So let's move on and look at, we'll skip a few, we'll go to smocking. So this will give you a faux smocked look. So if you gather your fabric, rows and rows and rows of thread, pull it up together and then stitch over the top, it'll have the look of smocking. Obviously they're not stretch. And then we've got ladder stitches, which could be heirloom work, drawn work. So on a loose weave fabric like a linen, you can actually pull the thread through from the centre of those and make a nice edging on tablecloths and napkins, handkerchiefs. Decorative stitches again, so anything for those. Homewares, toys, dolls' clothes, you name it. You can do some cording work with these stitches. So put maybe 3 rows of embroidery thread or knitting yarn behind it and stitch over the top for a decorative effect. What have we covered? We've covered homewares, bag making, toy making, garments, quilting. Are there any other genres? I don't think so. These are all decorative. Cross stitches, different needle positions, then these again decorative. Faggoting stitches, that means if you're joining 2 pieces of fabric together, you can stitch from the top with a decorative stitch. Stitching in the ditch stitches, going back to quilting again. So the stitch in the centre disappears into the seam line and you see the stitches going across. Decorative, 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 decorative. Swirls and flowers, satin stitches, again decorative. We've got hearts and flowers, Greek keys, vines, swirls, and then we've got some fun pieces, maybe children's clothes. We've got cars and trains, boats and helicopters. I love the washing line one, that's one of my favourites. Little houses. I like these sewing ones as well. So needle and thread, and you've got the scissors and the mannequins. Do stitch these out before you actually sew onto whatever it is you're sewing, because you'll find that the stitches are a lot bigger than you think. And we've done some of these, look. So see what I mean about the mannequin? I didn't expect the stitch to be that long, so that's the length of one stitch. You can lock the stitch, so if I wanted the mannequin this way around and only have one, then I can do that. You don't have to have the whole row. But we've got cats. That's what I mean. So you can have 1 pair of scissors, 1 shoe, 1 needle and thread, 1 bobbin. That's a bigger stitch than I imagined it to be. So I think before you start stitching out any of the decorative stitches, just try it on a scrap piece of fabric first. Handmade is 1 stitch with a flower at each end. So I haven't put these letters into a memory. You can do, but that's actually 1 stitch. And there's a few words like that on here. So that's the washing line, look. Isn't that clever? I think I might take some fabric markers and colour those in different colours. I think that would be really sweet. That's one of my favourite stitches, and again it's a large one. And it looks like a ribbon twisted round, almost like a barley twist. And then we've got flowers, we've got stars. These are some more actual stitches. So stitch, the whole word is a stitch. Love, the whole word is a stitch. And these are quilting stitches. So if you wanted to just quilt without stippling all over it, or doing your straight lines, however, then you can just use these stitches. You can use them decorative as snowflakes, but they're kind of designed for just individual quilting stitches wherever you like. You can extend some of the stitches as well by up to 5 times. So this is the scallop edge. But you can lengthen it, lengthen it, and lengthen it, and lengthen it, and you can do this with a lot of the satin stitches, and the machine fills in the gap. So it's not just stretching the stitch out, it's actually filling it in so that you've got a dense stitch. You can twin needle sew. So twin needle sewing on a straight line is perfect for stretch fabric. It gives you the look of a professional finish. I know I spelt my name wrong. And on the back of a straight stitch with twin needles, it's a zigzag. The bobbin thread jumps between one side to the other, which means that it stretches. You also have a feature on the machine for twin needle sewing. So this scallop stitch is the same as this scallop stitch, but this is a really wide stitch. So if I was going to use a twin needle with this stitch, it would break as it goes from one side to the other in the foot. So when I press the twin needle function, it's narrowed the stitch, so it's not going to break the needle. That's a really important function, and it won't allow you to choose stitches that aren't appropriate, like buttonhole stitches. And it's got a memory, so you can join all of these stitches together. So that's basically it. Here's a few more stitches that you can kind of join together. We are now limited stock on the machine. We have less than 5 remaining, and I'm not sure when we're going to get it back in stock again. Do you know, there is still a shortage of sewing machines. I think so many people after lockdown last year have taken up all manner of different crafts that they wouldn't normally, because people are obviously at home more often. But I think sewing has been one of the crafts that has taken off more than anything. Personally, I think it started when we were making scrubs and we were making masks, and people wanted to get involved that couldn't sew, so they learnt to sew, and then I think we just got you hooked. But if you have a look online, you'll find a lot of even the big dealers can't get hold of sewing machines at the moment, so we're quite lucky to have these. We got it back on the 13th of December, but as you can see, we don't have very many left. We've only got less than 5 left. It's also got the alphabet in a couple of fonts as well. That's on the reverse side of that. So, and you obviously got a memory. There's no point in having an alphabet if you can only do 1 stitch at a time. Has anybody got this machine at home? Let us know how you're getting on with it. Why did you buy it? Are you upgrading, or did you upgrade? Have you gone from a basic sewing machine to an advanced sewing machine? Was it your first ever? I think it may be a little extravagant for a first ever sewing machine, but there's no reason why a beginner sewer couldn't use this. You'll probably find this machine easier to use than a lot of electronic machines, because it's pressing buttons. That's all you need to do. Just really quickly, because we've only got 40 minutes left and I want to sew circles. These are the feet that you're getting included. I love a box like this. I have moments. The box is included as well. So your library of feet include a 1/4 inch foot, perfect for quilting. A rolled hem foot, which will give you a double rolled hem of about 1/8 inch. No way you could do a rolled hem without that. We have a blind hem foot. So I mentioned the blind hem stitches on the sewing machine. That's the foot that you're going to use. We have an over edge foot. So when I was saying that the over edge stitch is similar to an overlocking stitch, that's the foot that you're going to use. The little bars here help to keep the fabric flat as you're stitching, and it looks like a little blade at the side here, but it's not. That's a guide, and it also helps to tuck in the fraying edges of woven fabric as you're sewing. So that's included. We have a satin stitch foot. A satin stitch foot has bars on the bottom which raise the foot away from the stitches so it doesn't squish them, and this is a clear foot so you can see where you're sewing. We've done that one. What else have we got in here? Oh, we've got a zipper foot. You expect one of those. We have a higher speed foot. This is something that I wish my machine had. There is a high performance plate and high performance feet. There is a walking foot version of this one as well, somewhere in here, but only for a straight stitch. Now the beauty of having a straight stitch foot is that it helps to keep the fabric flat as you're sewing. You'll get a neater straight stitch covered in glue, look. And there's less chance of your fabric disappearing into the feed dogs at the beginning of stitches. So if you're chain piecing, if you're patchworking, if you're working with smaller pieces of fabric and you know how frustrating it is when you start to sew and everything gets knotted up and your fabric disappears, this will sort it out when it's used with your straight stitch plate as well. Just like with the twin needle function, when you put the straight stitch plate on, your machine knows. So it won't allow you to use stitches that are going to damage it. 1200 stitches a minute, that is almost as fast as an overlocker. Overlockers are normally about 1300 and upwards. Really quick machine. It's got a walking foot, which was dual feed foot, walking foot, same difference, and that kind of slips onto the back of your machine. Mine I leave on all the time. I do most of my sewing with the dual feed foot. We have free motion. Now this goes with the adjustable free motion foot. So you've got a closed toe. There's a little open toe, so this is again personal preference, whatever you choose to use, and this one has 1/4 inch markings on it, so it's perfect for echo quilting, and it's a dome shape, so that's what you're going to use if you're working with fabrics that have a pile on them. spare bobbins and stylus and that kind of thing. You've got a standard free motion embroidery foot as well, if that's what you're used to. We haven't finished yet. Oh no, got a couple of plates here. So the straight stitch plate, and you've got the high performance plate as well. So again, this is just for a straight stitch. You've only got one L. And this is the one that the machine will recognise when you put it on, because it just recognises the way that this goes in, and it won't allow you to use a zigzag stitch or anything else that's going to damage the machine. We have a buttonhole foot, and it's a one-step buttonhole foot that measures, I've obviously used this one, that measures the size of the button, and this plate that goes on the bottom is to help with thicker fabrics or fabrics that have a pile. You have a seam lifter to help you sew over thick seams like jeans. What else have we got down there? Oh, you've got all your spare needles and bobbins and everything else that you would expect with any sewing machine. And we've got a knee lifter. Julie's got a 720. She says it's a beautiful machine and a real workhorse and makes sewing anything a breeze. Oh, thanks for that. Right, that's that. So really quickly, just around the machine, I'll give you a quick tour. We have independent bobbin winding on the top. So you can wind up your bobbins, you flick that over, press a button and away it goes. You can carry on sewing while you're winding up your bobbins. That's the idea with that. So we've got two spool holders on the back. So one for winding bobbins, one to use with your machine, or use both of those if you're doing twin needle sewing. Make sure you've got a periscope. All of these different grooves or hooks or whatever, or whether the thread travels through will affect the tension. So it's really important that you go through all of the correct channels when you're threading any sewing machine. As we come, well, let's start at the stitches down here. To choose a stitch, you press a number. So you've got the catalogue of stitches right on the back of the machine. This is your memory button and that's your cancel button. All of your stitches are explained. You've got a lock switch here, so if I press this and put my foot on the foot pedal, you can see the lock symbol has come up, then nothing will happen. I find that really useful. It's dog proof for me, because I tend not to lift the foot up when I'm sewing. I'll lift it, take the fabric out and drop it back down again. It's just a habit. But that means that if the foot's down, the foot pedal's going to work, and if my dog decides to sit at my feet, it's away. It's really strange actually when you hear the sewing machine going in the next room. So yeah, lock it, get into a habit of doing that. You can adjust the length and the width of the stitches. We've got, that's your bobbin wind, oh that's the elongation button. We have mirror imaging. Again, you can't do that with all of the stitches, but it will let you know. That's the twin needle button I was talking to you about. Oh, this is the length and the width of the stitch. So the width of the stitches for a straight stitch like I am at the moment will move the needle from one side to another. Your maximum width is 9 millimetres. Most sewing machines are between 5 and 7, so you've got a wider width, bigger stitches. And the maximum length of your stitch is 5, so I think that's quite standard. As you come over here, you've got a start-stop button. You don't have to use the foot pedal. A lot of people can't. Maybe your legs don't work properly, or you want to sew standing up and the foot pedal won't reach the floor. But you've also got a speed control. The speed control will work when the foot pedal is put in as well. So if you're worried about the machine being too fast, I mean 1300 stitches a minute is very fast, sorry, 1250 stitches, then you can slow it down on the machine just here. You've got a thread cutter, needle up down. That's a lock stitch. Remember I showed you earlier on the stitch that if I just wanted to choose one, so one shoe, one bobbin, press that before you start and it'll only stitch one out. When you're on a straight stitch or a zigzag or any other decorative stitch on the machine, it'll stitch, instead of reversing, it'll stitch 3 or 4 stitches on top of each other so you don't spoil the line of your stitches. Tensions on the front. I like my tension on the front. That's the kind of old-fashioned sewing machine that I was brought up to sew on. Makes it easier to clean. You can see what's going on inside there. And then as you come over here, that's your press a foot pressure dial. So there's a button on the top, and when I turn it, you can see the red bar going up and down. And do use that. I tend to for years kind of overlook that, forget it was there. It does make a difference to your stitches. If you find your stitches look a little bit tight, maybe your fabric's too thick, so loosen up the pressure a little bit and it'll kind of lift the push of the foot off the fabric somewhat. If you've got very fine fabric, it may be going under the machine a little bit too quickly, so therefore you can increase the pressure on that to slow it down. Experiment with that. Before you start sewing anything, you always stitch a stitch line out on the actual fabric that you're using or an offcut, and just try adjusting the presser foot pressure before you start messing around with poor old tension when it's not tension's fault. As you come down, you've got a needle threader on the side, drop-in bobbin. The foot plate, if you do change it, pops out. There's no screws to lose on there at all. You don't have a free arm on the machine. I do miss it sometimes, but you kind of get used to it. This is cast. This is plastic, it's all metal on the inside, but this is cast. It's a very heavy machine. I can't actually lift it. Well, I'd struggle with it. But that means that it's incredibly sturdy. That's one of the reasons I bought mine. It doesn't shake around all over the place. So if I'm sewing at speed, or if I'm sewing through lots of layers of fabric or very thick fabric, then the machine doesn't struggle with it at all. And that's partly due to the reason. And a huge throat area here. Huge. So perfect for quilters, because you can just roll up your quilt inside there as you're quilting. It does have an extension table as well. And when you get it home, you're going to have your foot pedal like this, and you can think, where's the lead for that? It's actually inside, it's in here. So we just pull that down, and that comes out here, and then we can plug it in. Hello, Iona. She's asking if the presser foot lift will stay on its own in its highest settings. Yes, it does. So if I lift this up once, up it goes, lift it up again, stays there. Brilliant, isn't it? And that's really high. Oh, I shouldn't do that when it's switched on. That could be asking for trouble. It lifts up really high as well. That's useful when you're changing feet. If you're going to put the dual feed foot on, it's nice to have it up and out of the way. But yes, if you're changing the plate, get the foot up out of the way. If you're approaching very thick fabric and seams, get the foot up out of the way as well. So yes, it does. Any more questions, come and ask them. If I don't know, I've got a manual somewhere. I'm sure I can find out. Let's have a look in there. I think they're Swedish. I'm not sure. Somebody was asking where the machines are actually made. Swiss, sorry, they're Swiss. Yeah, pretty sure. Might be wrong. Pretty sure. I think that's it. Feature-wise, if you want to have a look on the Elna website, you'll see more details there as well. So if you just Google Elna 720 Pro, Sue Smith's got the Elna 680 Plus and she loves it. I think 680s, I think they're pretty much the same, aren't they? They've got very, very similar features, different look. Both got the 9mm stitch width. I think that, yeah, feature-wise, I think they're quite similar, but the 680 doesn't have the tension on the front like this one has, and I think the 680's got the free arm. Not sure. Oh, well done for getting hold of yours today. Not wanting to put any pressure on you, but not sure when we can get any of these back again. Might be soon. But we've only got a couple left. Oh, Julie's never used a knee lift. Oh, Julie. If you're quilting, now then, your knee lifter goes in this little hole here. I can't actually demo it. Yes, I can. Let's do it. Let's have a go. So that's where it goes. So as you're sewing, you might not be able to see this. That goes in there like that. Okay. There we go. And then, whoops, your machine won't be hanging off the edge of the table. When you move your knee like this, the foot goes up and down like that. So that's handy if you don't want to take your hands off your work. So if you're quilting or you're stippling and you want to pivot, you can leave your needle down, you can lift your foot up, and I haven't moved my hands at all. So you can carry on doing it that way. Not just for free motion embroidery. To be honest, I don't use mine a lot because I'm just not used to using it. So I'm one of these that's kind of doing this all the time. So I really must get used to using that knee lifter. It's really easy to use. It's a good feature as well. So that's what that's for. Good for the thighs as well. Right, we're going to do circular sewing. This is a circular to. They're manufactured in Japan, are they? See, I didn't know that. They lost their site and they soon not. I mean, also I didn't know that, and Janome started making their machines for them as their site wasn't affected. Well, there you go. Janome and Elna, same company. That's well sealed. Right, let's get in here. So this is your circular sewing tool. It doesn't come with the machine, it's an extra, but it's worth putting on your order. If you, whoops, here we go, that's it. If you're sewing circles, and that could be quilting in circles, or it could be sewing decorative stitches into circles that you're then going to cut out and make into coasters and things like that, or you can use it for applique circles, which is what I'm going to have a go at. So it will fit any of the the Elna machines that we sell. There is a bobbin cover diagram on the back here. Before you open this, when you get it home, take your bobbin cover out and pop it over the top to make sure that it's exactly the right size. If you open it, it's yours. Measure this. If you bought the wrong one, then send it back. Don't know if I should say that, but send it back. But do check, just double check that it looks exactly like this. So most of the machines are going to be absolutely fine. Certainly any machine that you bought from us here, from Elna, any Janome machine of this kind of, the newness. Does it work on the 780? Yes, it will work on the 780. Yes, it will work on the 5 series as well. So if you've got a 550, 560, 570, any of the machines that we sell here, this foot will fit. But do check that. That's your peace of mind, just to make sure it's going to fit. Because this is where your foot is going to fit onto the machine. Now the machine does come to you with a little pin that'll be taped to the inside of the box, and the pin goes into a little hole here, and that will allow you to sew in small circles. I want to sew big circles, I don't want small circles, I want big ones. So this is what we're going to do. Now under here is a very sharp pin. Like it's like needle sharp, so be careful with that one. That's why it's got its own little lid on the top. That's what your fabric's going to go into. And it's got a gauge on the side here, so you can measure how big your circle's going to be. So if I want a 10-inch circle, I can move the bar in the centre down to here. If I want to, sorry, that's centimetres, isn't it? No, it's not, it's inches. So if I want a 5-inch circle, I'm going to go here, and that's the diameter of the circle, so it's 2.5 inches. So when it sews in a circle, it's going to be 5 inches. So is it centimetres underneath? Oh no, centimetres under, oh, I don't know. Anyway, and that's got a little lock on it too. So slide it up and down. If I want to go, let's go 10 inches, lock that over, that's going to be a big circle. So that's a bigger circle than the machine with a little pin in it is going to allow you to do. This will drop into extra high pressure foot lift that stays in place. It's going to drop into, we haven't got a bobbin in it, have we? We haven't got any thread in it, we haven't got a bobbin in it, honestly. Oh, button placement foot in there as well. Just pop a pink one in. Make sure you use Janome bobbins. Janona, I mixed the two words together then. Janome or Elna, we have Janome ones on the website, but bobbins do vary in size a little bit, so just make sure that you've got the right one. So let's thread that around there and snip that off there. Right. Then this part of the foot is going to go in place of the bobbin cap. You've also got a little screw in here, don't lose that. It's the only one you've got, so keep it safe. And that is going to go in here. Let me just switch the machine off. Whenever you're doing anything like this, just switch the machine off just in case. Safety first. Right. If you have any sewing machine that you've bought from Sewing Street, Janome or Eleanor machine, so I'm going to have to turn this around because I can't see what I'm doing, it will fit. If you're not sure about your machine, because it doesn't go there, that's why it doesn't fit. Like the Janome Memory Craft, the 720, not sure whether it's going to fit or not. So you've got a couple of choices. Probably the easiest and the quickest way. Have we got plenty of these, Kat? We're not going to sell out shortly, are we? We've got plenty. So if you leave it till tomorrow and phone up Janome, they're only based in Stockport in Cheshire, so they're UK based, and ask them and they'll let you know if it'll fit. Otherwise, if you are a little bit concerned about not getting hold of yours, then you've got that picture on the back. Don't open it before you test just to make sure it's going to fit. Do I have a screwdriver? No. But I'm sure one's on its way. So I'm just going to tighten up the screw. The screw actually goes in the side, not where I was trying to put it because I couldn't see what I was doing. So that's going to go right just there. Thank you. And let's just tighten that a little bit. Because we don't want a wobbly circle now, do we? Because a wonky circle is a circle no longer, in my thinking. No questions, must be doing my job properly. Right, I'm going to do some applique with my circle. Don't lose your lid. I'm going to put that in there for safekeeping. Now because I'm appliquing, I'm going to put some adhesive sheeting on the back of my fabric, which is Heat and Seal. I've not used this before. Ultra hold for this one. We do have a light hold as well, but this is the ultra hold. And let's have a mat. So it may help with fabrics, particularly if they're fine, to use a stabiliser on the back when you do this, but you can use a tearaway stabiliser and maybe a little bit of 505 spray. Let's just, I don't want pinking shears, let's have scissors. Just cut this down a little bit. So it's rather large. Like that. Ooh. Oh. Stock update for you. We have one machine left. No pressure. But if you were thinking, oh, I'll leave it till the end of the hour, I wouldn't, because somebody else might pip you to the post. So it is available on split pay as well, so you can split the cost into 5. You don't have to, but you can split the cost into 5. Can you split the cost into 3 with split pay as well? No, it has to go into 5. No interest charge on that. So we're not benefiting from you paying on split pay. It's just a service we like to provide. Let's put that on there. But you know, if you're in 2 minds, stay in 2 minds till we get it back in stock again. If you've decided this is the machine that you want, then I'd order it quite quickly. We have a 2-year warranty from Eleanor as well. Am I doing the right? I've not used this one before, so this is going to be quite interesting. It feels like wax paper. I'm ironing on the wrong side for a start. So that's stuck to the mat. That's the one, right. It's going to be a big piece of applique, this one. But circle's notoriously difficult to sew or to draw. Be more patient, Deborah, and hold the iron longer to allow the adhesive to melt, is what I would be saying to you. So let's do this. Linda's with us, Carol's with us. Busy, aren't we? Right, so. But I would put some kind of backing on your fabric, particularly if it's a finer fabric like cotton. But as I said earlier, if you don't want to go through this, if you don't need adhesive on the back of your fabric, and you don't want the stabiliser to be sewn in permanently, then use a tearaway stabiliser on the back, or a water dissolvable paper or something. Got that a bit creased up, didn't I? Should still work. But we'll soon find out, won't we? That'll do, because we're running out of time. So, let's do something new though, isn't it? Pushing that fabric down a bit as well, because I think it's too big to make my circle with at the moment. That'll do. Right. Didn't know I was going to be doing this today. I never know what I'm doing on a Sunday morning till I get here. Oh, thank you, Clive. Clive's emailed in, he's got home safe. Good. And he's defrosted our cars again. Oh, thank you, Clive. Oh, right, I need some thread now, don't I? Thread would help. A coloured one would be nice, not white, so we can actually see what we're sewing. That would be very useful. I've made ever such a mess down here earlier.
Oh, do you want a variegated green?
Oh, thank you.
I don't know who's.
We're going variegated. Get us. Right, that and that and that. And I can show you where to thread up as well if you like. So switch the machine back. I love the smell. Right, that one's a bit too big on there. What did I do with that little one? There we go. Another thing that may affect the tension, or what we think is the tension on the machine, is using the wrong size spool holder. So try and make sure it's about the same size as your thread, and have your thread coming off the spool with the spool the right way up, so the writing's the right way up. Okay, now then, I think this is the machine that the needle thread is a bit different to mine, and I haven't figured it out yet. So bear with me. Go through there. There we go. Around there, and let's go up. I might get this wrong. Across there, and then, yeah. Need to practice that. So bear with me while I just thread it by eye. It has got a needle thread, as I said, it's just a little bit different to mine, so I just need to figure it out before I show you that one. In you go. And let's go around there. Right. Now, one's fabric goes under the foot. Ink, oh, let me lock that. Where was I? 5 inches. Should we do it? No, 10 inches, won't we? Let's do that. And don't put your finger on the end of that. You'll be pierced. And then push that through your fabric. It has to be very sharp and very fine, to be honest, because we don't want to leave holes in your fabric. So the smaller the point is, the better. And then foot down. And shall we do a decorative stitch? Let's have a look what we've got. You could do the alphabet. Took me a while to program it in, so we shan't do it now, but you could put letters going around in a circle. I'm going to do a 163 myself. 163. Oh, now there's different modes on here as well, I forgot to tell you that. So I need to be in mode 2 and then 163. That's the one. You didn't see any of that, did you? And let's put my foot down. Fascinating, isn't it? And I'm not touching the fabric, I'm not guiding it round. So Leslie's asking for a part number of what? Part number, are you ready, Leslie? Got a pen? 202 135 007. Actually, if I took the foot, let me just take the foot out and press the start stop. So I don't know. Go and put the kettle on now. Just leave you to it. Anybody want milk and sugar? Just tidy up a little bit. There we go. Because that's from the last show. So are we still? Yeah. Let's see if I've got any messages. So pick up my email. Oh, I've got a little video of my grandson. Oh. My Facebook page. No messages on there. Let's check my YouTube channel. Black coffee. Oh, okay, I'll go. I'll get you black coffee. I can get black coffee. We're finished after this hour, aren't we? I might as well start packing away. These in my bag and I go back. May as well, you know, let's start tidying away. These are my bags, by the way. I'm not half inching, although I might take that. So I'll pop those away. Just put those in my bag over here. Just pop those in there. Have we got any more? I think that one. I'll have that one. And then oops. Look at that. Now how impressive is that? So you could, I mean, be careful when you overlap, but you could, that could be a placemat, couldn't it? I've actually got the adhesive on the back so I can stick that down, so that's going to be a plique for me. I could do another row of stitches on the inside. Let's do that, let's do it. I shan't do another fancy one, so I can just go over the same point. So I need to make sure that my pin goes in there. I shouldn't have taken the pin out really. There we go. And that goes on there, that goes there, and there. And let's just do a zigzag stitch. So we go back into mode 1, and zigzag is number 5. Oh, now an alphabet. Mode 1, number 5, start. So a bit quicker with this one. Decorative stitches tend to take a little bit longer. So you can do concentric circles. You can slow the machine down. You think, oh, that's getting a bit carried away. So maybe as I'm approaching where I started, I can slow right down so I can make that join really accurate. There you go. But oh, Dawn, no housework on a Sunday. Not till after 1 o'clock. Oh, you got 5 minutes before you can do housework. Even with the attachment. And then if I wanted to, let me see if I can move that without taking it off. No, you'll have to take it off. But I can do smaller circles than this. I could add letters and names around here. I can go larger than this. I think it goes up to 12 inches. And not just for making things that you're going to cut out and sew, like either a plique or coasters and things like that, but for quilting you could do like the wedding ring design with overlapping circles all in different sizes. White on white I think looks lovely. I think it's very elegant and it does look lovely for making a wedding gift. Maybe it's the cushion. Oh, you could mirror image. What a good idea, Elliot. So I could do a second row of the vines. Where are we? Have we got time? I bet we haven't. Got about 5 minutes. Let's have a go. So let's move that over there. Let's do that. Let's do that. So I could overlap them, couldn't I? So I can go around, make different circles around here. But let's have a go at mirror imaging. So I was on mode 2, and it was stitch number, oh, where have you gone? 163. 163, mirror image. Let's have a look. Oh, speed up. Is it working? Oh, yes. Oh, I love that idea. Oh, well done, Elliot. Oh, more ex-husbands making shelving in a sewing room. Thanks, Pat. I've got a couple of hours journey home, so I'm sure it's going to be fine. She had the 780 as a Christmas present. Oh, we haven't seen the 780 for a while. Have we got any in stock? No, we haven't. Mondays, one day we'll treat herself to a new machine and one of these attachments. Oh, do you know, we could have a look what's coming up tomorrow while we're waiting for this, if you like. Should we do that? Okay, at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, we have Sally Ann Harrison with Rebecca Reed, and we have the Moda Daybreak Quilt Kit. Art Theory by Alison Glass Fabric is coming up at 9 o'clock. Sally Ann's back again at 10 o'clock with English paper piecing and a hexie cushion. And we've got workroom tools at 11. 12 o'clock, we're going to take a stroll down Yarn Lane with the launch of Natural Home Collection from West Yorkshire Spinners. Almost finished the circle. Now the thing is, oh, is that your stepmom? Oh, Elliot's stepmom's going to come and do a demonstration on Yarn Lane tomorrow. When you come to the end, the machine won't automatically stop. So if you do decide to go off and do a bit of knitting or put the kettle on or something, then it'll just carry on sewing round and round in circles. So just be aware of that. So when I'm coming back up to the beginning, let's see how accurate we can actually be. So I can slow that right down. Are we there yet? That will do. And snip. Not too bad, not too bad. You can't really see where the join is, can you? Not unless you look very, very carefully. So, that's what we're looking like. If you're not sure whether the circle attachment is actually going to fit your machine, then give Janome a ring. Google them. We can't advise on any machines that we don't sell because we don't know. So this will work with any of the machines that we do sell, or we did sell, Elna or Janome. But if you do have a different model or an older model or one that you've bought from elsewhere, then please do check with Janome first of all. But remember, on the back of the packet here, you've got a size picture. So don't open the packet because we're not having it back if you open the packet. But that's right on the back. So when you get it home, take off your bobbin cover, place it over the top, and just make sure it's exactly the same size. Most modern machines, you'll find it's absolutely fine. Elna machines, Janome machines, not any other brand, so don't buy this if you've got a Brother or a Toyota or something. Designed for Elna and Janome, and that's going to fit. So the majority of them, if it's a modern machine, if you've had it for only a couple of years or so, you should be okay. But double check here before you actually open the packet for your peace of mind. Thank you, Sue. Oh, I've had a lovely morning too. It's gone too quickly today. So, everything else that we have, in fact, we've got lots for you, haven't we? We have Janome needles, we've got packets of the Janome bobbins, which are important to use the right bobbins for your machine. We have Orifil thread, either colourful, or we've got your necessities on there as well. Quality thread's really important. And everything else from the rest of the day you'll find on sewingstreet.com. So if you have just joined us, where have you been? We're about to go. But we have had Oh, dressmaking, we've had shirt making, we've had bundles of fabric, we've had bag making. So we've had quite a varied day for you today. The programmes are, oh, and Boastal, we've got Boastal by the metre. Got Boastal by the metre, remember. The shows will be on YouTube in about an hour or so. So if you've missed out on this morning, which Elliot's going to start uploading them right after the end of the show. So you'll be able to watch any of them back again. So, Sewing Street will be back tomorrow morning. I'm going to be back next Sunday morning with a bit of a surprise. So do join me then. I shall look forward to seeing you. Meanwhile, you stay safe. Don't go out if you don't need to. And I'll see you again next Sunday. Bye-bye.